Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the classic Fall Conquest. This weekend is all about North America, and we will be determining the 6 teams who will be making it into that championship round next weekend. I'm your host, Vin Ruki, joined by the lovely Zico, and joining us to the desk, Rockman. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me. It's an absolute honor to join you two on the cast today.
Well, I would say that the honor is all ours, and we look forward to hearing your kind of expertise as kind of a veteran in the classic community. It should be a lot of fun to have you join us with those games. Zico, how are you, man?
I'm doing pretty good. I can't complain. We're here once again, another week. We got, the all-star cast here. We got, BFA's finest. We got Classics finest. We got, the entire squad here. And I'm excited. EU was a lot of fun, and it will be a lot of fun as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, EU was really interesting. There was a lot of kind of upsets. I would say the biggest upset was the finals where Apes ended up losing. And I think next weekend they're going to be looking to get a little bit of revenge, but we can kind of turn our attention to North America. We've got a lot of familiar names in this tournament. And like I said, it's going to be all about Arathi Basin. We can actually take a look at the format for today's games and kind of walk you through exactly how that's going to be playing out. In this tournament, it will be double elimination, but each round or each match will only be a best of one. So you get one game. If you lose, you go down to the lower bracket. If you lose that, you're going to be eliminated from the tournament. So very unforgiving. And we saw some really, really quick games last weekend, some not so quick games as well when you get into these kind of stalemate positionings. But after watching the games last weekend, Rockman, what were kind of like your key takeaways for Arathi Basin in this patch?
Sure. I think what ends up happening a lot is teams have a huge fight at the blacksmith. And if a team has a lot of respect for their opponents, they're going to hold their 3 bases and not try to go for a 5 cap or a 4 cap. So I think we'll see a lot of either 5 caps or the 3 base stalemate situation today.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. We also, Zico, we saw some legendary players last weekend, specifically rogues. Do you think that's going to be a huge factor in today's games, having a rogue that can kind of go around and prod and poke and fish for kind of ninja caps?
I certainly hope so. The way it kind of played out in Europe was we would have, some teams, they would make a comp. They would be stacked with LA Shamans or Hunters, and their primary focus would be get Blacksmith at all costs and try to hold those 3 bases, like Rockman said. But we also saw, actually the team that won, we're just playing kind of a standard comp, and they had a couple of those rogues running around on the outskirts. Anytime there was a fight happening, those rogues would go over to stables, they would go over to gold mine, things like that, look for some ninja caps, look for some 1v1s, and a lot of big game-winning plays happen because of that. So I really like the kind of ninja squads going around, and I don't think it's only rogues that can do that. I would love to see like a rogue mage duo go somewhere and just mess things up. So hopefully we'll see a lot of that here in NA as well.
I certainly hope so. And Rockman, I have a question for you. We talked about it quite a bit last weekend, and since you have both the Horde and Alliance flags behind you right now, I feel like this is an appropriate question. In Europe, we kind of talked about at the beginning of the day or the beginning of the weekend that we kind of felt that Horde had an advantage with all their elemental shamans. But after actually watching the games play out, it was Alliance teams that pulled out ahead. Do you think it was just higher caliber Alliance teams and Horde really does have an edge, or what do you think happened there?
Oh, I 100% believe Horde has the edge for sure in the blacksmith fight. And I think that's probably a counterintuitive to what the Horde want to do, because they're building teams to be all in blacksmith and they don't have a plan after they win the blacksmith. And the Alliance just took advantage of it and outplayed them, really.
No, it was a joy to watch, and we'll have to see if we can see those big elemental one-shots this weekend as well. We got a lot of familiar teams here. We got a squad, actually. I'm just taking a look at the roster of the teams right now. We'll have a bracket coming up, and there it is. We actually have the bracket right in front of our eyes, so we can take a little bit of a look at that, see how that one's going to be playing out. A lot of these teams have kind of renamed, but we do have some more familiar teams like Vampire Clan VC. They're going to be going up against Hello. We have Pug Stompers. They got a bye in their first round. Farm and Flirty. I believe was their team name. I think it was Fun and Flirty in the Warsong event, right?
Fun and Flirty. Yep.
Yeah, so Fun and Flirty. Selena Gomez on that Paladin. Definitely a familiar name.
I can't wait.
Yeah, and then I would say, just looking at these teams, another team that I would say is looking pretty strong is going to be that Ready Raider team, Zico.
Oh yeah, I mean, this entire tournament has a whole bunch of teams here that all look kind of solid here, and I don't know. They're obviously VC. They won the Warsong tournament, and they're here once again, already sitting in round two. With that one, with that bye. So I think they're going to be a team to watch out for sure. Ready Raider, Farm and Flirty. Well, I think Fun and Flirty. They had a pretty decent. I don't remember exactly where they finished, but they finished I think like top five. So they had a pretty decent showing in the Warsong tournament. So maybe we can see them power up here in AB as well. I think in general it's going to be a pretty competitive bracket here. Just looking at these teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say the two teams to keep your eyes on are the Vampire Clan and Ready Raider team of Faralina. They look like they are the front runners for sure.
Yeah, those two teams. I mean, we're going to have to see how they kind of maneuver their way through the bracket. And what's kind of interesting about that, those are the two kind of teams to beat. They've actually been kind of situated on opposite sides of the bracket. So I don't think we would actually see them play against each other until the winners' finals. So could be quite some time to see that. Might not actually happen today, but I think that would be really, really hype if both those teams made it through all the way to the winners' finals and then ended up playing against each other. But we will be getting into the games relatively soon. I do believe our first game is going to be Farm and Flirty versus Hell Yeah Brother. So we'll have to see how that one does play out. Just trying to look and see if any of those players are super familiar to me. But yeah, the game should be really, really fun. Last weekend was an absolute blast. And keep in mind, once again, the objective of this weekend in North America is just to find the top 6 teams. The top 6 teams will be advancing to that championship round. That's where the prize money is. That's where all the glory is. This is kind of the qualification stages for that. I would say the kind of the biggest thing that can happen this weekend is two teams. The top 2 teams are going to end up getting a bye, Zico.
Yeah, so the way the tournament is structured is first we had the European qualifier, top 6 from there, qualified for the finals. Now we're doing the North American qualifiers, top 6 from here, going to qualify for the finals as well. And then next weekend, we'll do Europe finals on day 1. And we will do NA finals on day 2, so that will be on Saturday and then on Sunday. And like you mentioned, Van, we will have the top 2 teams. So any team that qualifies for the finals, they will automatically get a bye in the first round in the championship. So both teams are going to basically be situated in the best seats in the house, and they're going to have that advantage moving forward. And I think for these players, the most important thing I would say is probably the qualification here. Just try to make the top 6, and then I mean, of course, if you can, try to make the top 2 as well. But getting that top 6 is big.
Yeah, I mean, there is no question about it. We can kind of just talk about the game from more of like a high level. If people haven't played too much Arathi bases, we actually do have the game ready, so we'll be hopping into that really, really soon. But Rockman, if you kind of want to just walk us through like what is going to be the main objectives for basically all of these teams in the early stages of the match.
Yeah, sure. So basically, the way Arathi Basin works is teams try to take bases and hold the flag and the base to accrue points over time. The first team to reach 2,000 points wins. And what you'll see a lot of teams doing is fighting for the blacksmith objective, which is the center of the map. That's the most valuable node because the resurrection spot for that can easily transition to any other node on the map. So blacksmith is the name of the game for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be all about that blacksmith and seeing if these teams can actually grab it. That central node is so important for rotating. It makes it easy to hit other nodes. And we do have Farm and Flirty. They are going to be playing Alliance. And then on the Horde side of things, we have Hell Yeah Brother. They've got triple elemental shaman. So we'll see how explosive those shamans really can be. Those chain lightnings go off. Normally, someone goes down, especially if they're coordinated and they hit the same target at the same time. So really, really explosive. And I would say we probably expect Hell Yeah Brother to have a bit of an edge in the blacksmith fight. And we'll have to see how Farm and Flirty sort of responds to that.
Yeah, so Van, I gotta just stop you right there. You're from NA, bro. Their name isn't Hell Yeah Brother. Their name is Hell Yeah Brother, like that. And we are gonna go in here. We got Farm and Flirty versus Hell Yeah Brother. We got the boys here. We got E2. We got Miles. We got Selena Genomez. And what's up, Ben?
You didn't even commit to the name for more than like 20 seconds. So you're going to call me out on saying the name wrong and then immediately go back on what you said.
I'm from Europe, man. Hell yeah, brother.
Well, I think what you're seeing here is exactly what I was describing, where teams are going all in for blacksmith. These 3 shamans are going to win the blacksmith, but they don't have many hunters or mages to control the map after they capture their flags.
Yeah, and we do have a bit of a fight here at the lumber mill as well. Big chain lightning going to be landing, but it looks like Miles should be okay. Taking a look at these kind of side nodes at the moment. It doesn't look like anyone's going to be... We have 2 basically rogues kind of fishing around here at mine, and then Lumbermill still in contention. Miles could go down. That would be big if they can actually drop the warrior. Keep in mind, such a big part of this map in particular is these team fights when the flags are not up. I mean, normally there's a defender's advantage. If one side has the flag captured, they will be continuously respawning at that node. But in these early stages of the match where no one has the base, going down in a team fight is absolutely devastating.
Yeah, and we're going to see here E2 trying to get the cap here still on Goldman, and we are going to see the Horde Squad are finally going to be able to get that. Ooh, they do get the LM. I thought that was the mine there for a second, but E2 close, but no cap. Very nice rogue duel here. One rogue is just trying to get the base. The other one is just trying to sap him and just deny. And E2, he realizes what's going to happen. Ooh, they almost ran into each other. E2 finds him. This is big. He's moving forward. I can't really see where the other rogue is. I think he got a sap on him, and now he's going to ninja the base as a result of that. Yep, there it is. Full sap there on Keck and Wrecked. That is not where you want to be positioned. E2 about to give up on that base, and he's going to find it. But wait, the nade from downtown. He gets it. And now we're going to see an epic rogue duel here. Cheap Shot comes in onto E2. He trinkets out with the living action potion. He gets the gouge right there. Double blind here. Rockman, take it off.
The double blind. I cannot believe the double blind here. So there's a dot there from the the priest, and he's going to interrupt the blind right as E2's blind ends. And now it's priest, rogue versus rogue. The psychic stream connects. He will have Forsaken's out of it. Flash heal coming out from the priest, and the gouge finally falls off. E2 might be able to re-stealth for a cheap shot here. And it looks like there's a vanished cheap shot on the priest. Goes immediately for Eviscerate. He's got a Crusader proc so he can get some damage out. But he's not going to be able to interrupt these heals, both with a rogue and a priest on him. And Keck and Wrecked has to peel out of there. He loses the base.
Definitely unfortunate for him, but at the same time right now, Horde have Lumbermill, they have Farm, and still looking pretty good in this Blacksmith fight. If they can pick up the Blacksmith, all of a sudden the Horde find themselves in basically an ideal situation in the early game. Having those 3 bases connected is super good for the Horde, and we'll have to see. I mean, at this point, Farm and Flirty, they need to make sure that they do not lose Blacksmith, but I don't know if they're necessarily going to have a choice at this point.
Yeah, it's a bit of a overwhelming situation here at Blacksmith right now. You can see all of these red members kind of outnumbering, the good citizens of Farm and Flirty. And we're going to see Nifty Shocks here going for the base. Looks like he is going to get stopped there by the MVP of the team, Selena Gomez. But now there's another person trying to cap it. They might actually get it. Nice CCs here on Selena. Nice fear here on Steve. And I think they're going to get it based on that. Excellently played here. We got Hell Yeah Brother coming in with the big caps here. They have the best 3 bases in the house, and all they got to do now is just defend those 3 bases. Ain't that right, Rockman?
Yeah, and you said it perfectly. They have the 3 best bases here. This little, it's called the Golden Triangle in some AB circles, but basically that fork that splits to all 3 of these, you stick a mage there, a hunter there, and he just picks people off trying to rotate between those 3. And you send a mage in deep towards stables, towards Lumbermill, and it's really hard for a team to get pressure out on that 3 base triangle.
Yeah, the Golden Triangle. I like that. Sounds very magical, and it really is magical. It's been really difficult for teams to kind of break through that. I would say the most effective strategy we've seen so far, almost never. I actually don't think one time last weekend we saw a team lose Blacksmith after, maybe once, they lost Blacksmith after claiming it. It's just such a difficult thing to do. So basically the best strategy Farm and Flirty can come up with at this point is going for kind of split strategy. So send a small hit squad over to Farm, maybe send a hit squad over to Lumbermill, try to just cause distractions all over the place, and then commit a few extra troops in one particular node. I'm actually going for a team fight still, and it's not going too bad in favor of the Alliance, but the problem is once that flag turns over, and it has, we're going to see constant reinforcements on the Horde side. E2 actually moving now, trying to do something. Let's see if he can actually make some pressure here at the farm. It would be big, but I think it's going to be really difficult for him to pull this off.
He got a sap on Keck and Rek there, and he's moving towards the flag. So E2 has been having one up on Keck and Rek this whole time.
Yeah, E2, he's going to go for the click here, but there is no way. Omnisides knows it. He's charging there on his steed. He's going to just turn around. The Druid has got the situation under control, and now E2 knows there's 3 people here at farm kind of defending, and he needs to try to figure out a way to CC all 3 of those people. I mean, we have seen similar attempts happen here. E2, what are you going to do? And Nas being, what was that? Maybe an omen of clarity. I'm not sure, actually. Okay, no, he did NS root him right there, so
yeah, he did.
I'm not sure about that one. E2,
questionable.
E2 is just looking like a plant right now.
Oh my god, and E2 got it!
What?
So just so you know, dots don't break capping the flag. A dot won't interrupt it. You have to do direct damage.
Oh my goodness.
That was a bit of a blunder. I mean, luckily they're going to be able to defend this base, but I mean, their team is probably like, what is happening right now? The NS route, definitely, some questionable plays, but at the end of it all, they do manage to get the base back, which is really important. It was so close. Nice cheap shot coming in, and that kind of denial. I think is really important. Siroc right now trying to go for the flag as well at Blacksmith. He gets denied there and will be kind of swatted away. And still, hell yeah, brother, they are looking good so far in this match. They got Blacksmith, they got Farm, they got Lumbermill. They're slowly but surely developing that point lead. And for Farm and Flirty, they needed, that was such a great opportunity for them at Farm. They just needed more people to come and kind of rotate and help them out. It was probably so unexpected that he actually got that base. I can't really blame him for not calling for reinforcements, but definitely an unfortunate situation.
I think in that situation, E2 actually accomplishes his goal, even if he doesn't cap the flag. If they send 3 people to defend that base from one rogue, he's accomplishing what he wants, and he's taking people away from other bases.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important thing as well. If you have a strong team that you're sending in to fight somewhere, even if the rogue doesn't get the base, if you have a lot of people just forced to deal with the one rogue, that's going to give you a big advantage elsewhere on the map, and that might let you win the node there. So that's why I kind of like these split strategies and ninja squads that teams have been utilizing. Some teams choosing not to go for that, but both of these teams do have at least one rogue on their rosters. We even saw some teams actually run with the druid and then have druid rogue kind of as the ninja duo, and hell yeah, brother, is exactly one of those teams. They have that druid rogue, but right now their druid is just on defense duty. Since they have those 3 bases, no reason for him to go around trying to ninja stuff. But Keck and Rekt, he is extremely close here to finding GG Zozo. Does he know where he is? He's sitting. GG Zozo over here just enjoying a cold one in his hammock. Keck and Rekt trying to make his way up there, but can you make that jump, Rockman, in stealth? Oh, yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Like, yeah. It's looking like it. I mean, there's a cheap shot. I think this player is likely going to fall cheap shot into kitty shot. It's like they will go down being caught. I've never seen someone positioned there, literally ever. The
oldest issue in Arathi Basin is defending the base is boring, and these players are falling asleep on the flags on defense.
Sleeping on the job here, and Keck and Rekt, he is going to collect the mine.
Oh, that is so unfortunate. Keck and Rekt doing a great job assaulting the mine, and that's the best thing you want to do. I personally, I like when a team is ahead and they still have someone who's kind of keeping the other team honest, making sure they have defenders that are not falling asleep, paying attention, making sure they have to worry about that, because it really takes away from their offense. As you kind of talked about, Rockman, if you can have a rogue pull members away from other fights, then they're doing their objective, exactly what they need to be doing.
Yeah, for sure. And having a team with a lot of shamans and few hunters, it can make it really hard to have a good defense set up. You really want hunters and warlocks to defend bases.
Oh, that's unlucky. Keck and Rekt almost stopped 2 people there from getting his base, but he did get trapped, coiled. So GG Zozo, able to defend the base. Well, what do you think about this Destro Warlock defending this base? I feel like he's useless now. Like, doesn't he just lose 1v1 to every class? Why shouldn't I think the Hunter should be defending?
Well, it's not really just about winning the fight. It's about making the fight last longer so that people can rotate over. And I mean, that's exactly what you want by having a pet out and you being a player. That's two things that has to be CC'd by one rogue, and that's really hard to do as a rogue.
Yeah, but they have a Hunter, and that's the Hunter.
Yeah, the Hunter
well.
should definitely be there. I'm not doubting that at all.
Yeah, okay, I'm just wondering. Maybe there's a special reason for putting the Destro on defense and putting the Hunter on Ninja Cap duty here, but it doesn't look too likely to happen here. They are able to hold on to the 3 bases, though, on the side of hell yeah, brother.
And I think that's kind of not necessarily a problem, but a flaw in Arathi Basin is if teams respect one another, they're just going to hold the 3 bases and they're not going to try to force a quicker win. Whereas in something like Warsong Gulch, teams kind of just do blowout 8-minute wins. But I think that's also can be a good thing where you can have a lot of action going on in one match.
Yeah, I mean, right now there's not too many defenders over at the farm. Still one defender here at the mine. And I would like to see them continue to make these pushes at the mine. I have a rogue, actually. I believe it's Mr. Wrecked himself going to be marching towards the stables, but maybe actually finding someone in the road. Bit of a 1v1 happening there as the Alliance try to make a push here at the lumber mill. Let's see if they can make any ground. There's a lot of horde reinforcements coming in. I think it's going to be difficult for them to actually pull this off. Jeeve doing a great job kind of intercepting, and this is what you like to see from players. Kind of anticipating where the rotation is going to be coming from, where the reinforcements are going to be coming from, and kind of just committing one hunter, one mage to cut off, 2, 3, 4 reinforcements. Definitely a numbers game there, and I like those kind of heads-up preventative plays.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job. The rotations here, and hell yeah, brother. Even the fact that they're still sending their rogue to kind of poke around on the bases has been super good for them because it just buys them more time, putting the other team on the back foot here. And we're going to see most likely Farm and Flirty get completely wiped here on that lumber mill fight. Selena Gnomez, the final bastion here of the team, but he is going to be taken down as well. And now you can tell these guys, the Horde side, they don't want to lose this game. They're going to have people on every single base, multiple people on Backsmith. And they have one Druid in range of defending farm. They got people rotating on the bridge, people rotating, under Lumber Mill, on Lumber Mill, in the air from Lumber Mill. People are just everywhere. And look at poor E2. He thinks he can make something happen, but I feel like Blacksmith is the hardest base in the world to cap. So I think he should go for maybe farm again. I think if he actually gets farm against that Druid, maybe they can get some members there. But right now E2 is looking like a one-man army here. There's not really any offense anywhere on the map as his team is grouping up from that last wipe on Lumber Mill.
Well, you can see there's a group of hordes standing in the fork in the road between their 3 bases, and they can quickly rotate 6, 8, even 10 members to any base that they want at any point. And there is a massive army charging down the road here right towards this fork, and Emmett is leading the charge right now.
Yeah, leading the charge into a hamstring or a curse of exhaustion or something. Falling behind in that charge relatively soon. And I don't actually like this. I mean, maybe... I feel like I don't like this positioning, like fighting on the road, running through basically the gauntlet of players, but it looks like they are going to be sending a fair amount through this kind of traditional way. So there's a bit of a 4v4 right now, and I guess some of the Horde are kind of distracted. So this 2-pronged assault up to the lumber mill, cut off the reinforcements, and then hope that your four-person skirmish squad can end up winning that 4 versus 4 strategy that might end up working out, but it doesn't seem to be at this point. The Alliance kind of just getting absolutely decimated as they're trying to just make their way up. And I mean, it's an interesting strategy, but it's super hard to pull off because if you are that team that's mounted up, you're trying to kind of push through the entire enemy team. Number one, you're likely just going to be caught in snares and roots and novas, and you're not actually going to make it to your objective. And if you get off your mount and try to actually fight, then you can't actually reinforce anything, which is kind of a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, and speaking of lose-lose situations here, Keck and Rekt is looking to put Farm and Flirty into another lose-lose situation. by potentially taking the stables here. He's definitely waiting for his moment here. He's waiting for all the alliances to rotate out. Is he going to find Juice Goose? He knows where Juice Goose is. He gets the mind control cap. That means the pet is going to get flash bombed as well here. And Keck and Wrecked makes it look easy. If no one rotates back GGXO, he's making his way. Can they get it? A few members. And he gets the restuff off as well. They charge the Hunter that's mind control. Pop right on him. They actually do get him out. Super hot fire with a big cone of cold. Keck and Wrecked now. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people's time is being wasted by a single rogue. And he will go down. There will be no reinforcement to help him on his quest to take over the stables. But still, he managed to do what he needed to do. He wasted a lot of time here from multiple members from Farm and Flirty. By the time they make it back, well, he's going to res, and that's that. I think we're starting to approach the point in the game where 3 bases is not even going to cut it anymore for the side of Farm and Flirty. I think if Hell Yeah Brother holds on a little bit longer, they might even be able to win this game with just 2 bases.
Yeah, the lead is becoming insurmountable, and you saw there that one rogue forcing 6 people to clean stables off. That's a couple, probably 100 points for the Horde resources that they gather there. And the Alliance aren't getting any resources from that base for a good 10, 15 seconds. So a really great play from Keck and Wreck there to cause mayhem for the Alliance team. And E2 right now is looking to make a play at farm, but he's got a Druid right next to him that's looking for him in stealth.
Yeah, we saw what happened the last time, though, with this Druid. Well, hopefully able to step it up in this one. E2 marching right towards him. Gets the cheap shot. They might actually just try to take him out. There's an assault right now in the pumpkin patch, the farm. Flash bomb out of the cheap shot. Druid gets caught into a kidney. Selena Nomad's looking to make a play, but unfortunately gets shut down by the rocket helmet and will be put into that crowd control. Rocket helmet, the mind control cap, both of these very powerful engineering items that are useful in team fights as well as trying to ninja base. But the thing is, these items, they have a really long cooldown. And once you commit it, it's unlikely you're going to have it a second time in the game. So you have to really pick your moment.
Yeah, and I think they're at the right base here. They're doing the right thing, but the execution is a little bit lackluster. And also, it just feels like it's a little too late to go for this maneuver. Like, we want to see a split, preferably at LM and at Farm, but I just don't know if it's even too late here for Farm and Flirty. I mean, they would have to take, one of those bases and an additional base, and then also hold that against the team that's just been looking super strong against them. So I don't know. It's not looking great for Farm and Flirty, but they're going to regroup again, and if they can do that same strategy that we just saw there, it should be enough potentially to result in one of those bases getting capped. They want to get. I think that you even pulled your defenders. You send everyone at LM. And you send maybe like 2 people to farm, and then you see what they can do, those 2 people. Right now, they got a mage named Mage here at farm.
It's a really creative name.
Well, I mean, he's proud of what he is. He knows what he is, and he's going to go for it here, engaging in a 1 versus 2, and that is going to be a Druid. So he's not going to be able to sheep him or do anything to this Druid. Druid should have no problem stopping him and just annoying him. But if there was a rogue here now, they could just kill this Druid and just take the base. So I feel like sending a rogue mage to cap something could be the play here.
Well, I think the issue is the Alliance team, they pretty much are forced into deathballing here and all-in play, trying to get as many bases as they can. And the Horde have vision on them. They have Lumber Mill. The Horde can just rotate anywhere they go. So right now, if I'm the Alliance, I think that pincer play at Lumber Mill ended up hurting them dramatically. So much time was lost on that play. But you got to hats off to them for trying something unique there, running through the middle of the triangle and doing a little backwards roundabout up Lumber Mill for a pincer attack. But because they didn't cap it, it was a lot of wasted time.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, the Alliance, they're going to have to regroup. Just take a look at the mini-map. There is red all over the south side of the map. These 3 bases are incredibly well defended, and Farm and Flirty, unfortunately, really struggling to make anything happen in this particular match. And that's a problem. I mean, we're going to see it. It's going to be a theme. It was a theme last weekend. It'll be a theme this weekend and the weekend after this. if you lose Blacksmith, it is a really difficult position to be in. Unless you can pick up 3 bases, and even if you do get 3 bases, let's say the Alliance were able to get Lumber Mill, they were able to get Mine, they were able to get Stables in this game. Unfortunately for them, they weren't. But even if they did, defending those 3 positions is really difficult. So we have to see teams really committing to that central fight, try to pick that up, because if you fall behind in the early game, it is really, really difficult to come back.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, we're gonna hear the beautiful 1800 resource signal. And there it is.
Glorious.
I don't know.
Glorious.
What is that? Is that like a harmonica or something? I'm not sure. But they are going to send
someone in the chat will know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe Rockman knows.
I have no idea. I never really thought that much about it, but I like where your head's at for sure.
Come on. I thought you would know all about this.
Feels like a... What about the pumpkins, Rockman? Have they always been here, or is it just for Halloween?
I think it's always been there. I don't think the battlegrounds change for holidays. It is a pumpkin patch for sure. And there's a massive battle going on top of these pumpkins. Blood is being shed.
Yeah, if they're not going to win the game, at least they can win the pumpkin patch as Halloween is coming up here. So, I mean, we'll see if they're going to be able to pick up those pumpkins, turn them into jack-o'-lanterns. But right now, the only thing that's getting carved is them in these team fights, and unfortunately for Farm and Flirty, it's going to be a struggle. The farm is well defended. Once again, I feel like at this point, Farm and Flirty, it's basically over. I mean, they would have to at this point. They're so far behind. They would have to literally take every single base and get into a 5-cap situation. If the Horde can hold on to just one base, they will be walking away with this one. Kekenrak, just to add insult to injury, is going to be taking the Stables as well. The Alliance pull their goalie. Kekenrak just goes in for an easy little tap and able to pick up that flag. And at this point, yeah, there's not too much they can do. So big congratulations. And I think the scoreboard will kind of be, it'll be quite telling in this one. I think most team fights are pretty one-sided in favor of the Horde.
Yeah,
I think in this situation, when it's like an all-in and you have to send your defenders, like you said, pull the goalie, that's the advantage of having a rogue or a druid on your team. But it might be a little bit more of a win more situation than...
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god, look at all those killing blows.
This is kind of what we were kind of hinting at a little bit. It feels like most team fights went super hard in Hell Yeah Brothers' favors. I mean, you can see it right here. There's a lot of red at the top, and then there's a lot of blue at the bottom, except for Sweaty Fingers. He took one for the team here, trying to make sure it's... Well, actually... Oh, this is the... No, is this... This is Killing Blows. Okay, yeah. Well, I don't know. Is there a single Alliance player with a positive score? I don't think so.
No, sir.
Sweaty Fingers, I mean, we have to give him some credit. Look at his healing. He blew out those healing meters. So, kind of lacking on the killing blows. But as a healing priest, I think he probably did his job pretty well. But that does mean that the team of Hell Yeah Brother, they will be advancing. And their next match will be up against Pug Stompers, but we still have the glorious task of going through round 1 of the winner's bracket, or I guess it's the original bracket, the upper side of the bracket, I suppose. And I believe the next game is going to be Lion's Share, going up against Sponsored by Sundress. But before we kind of talk about this one, I mean, what was kind of the big takeaway for that one? I mean, do we expect Hell Yeah Brother to be making a deep run in this tournament, or... Maybe, Farm and Flirty just... the thing is, Farm and Flirty, they actually did really well in the Warsong tournament, so I think they're a pretty reasonable opponent here.
Yeah, I think Farm and Flirty, they're going to be one of the harder teams to beat down there in the lower bracket. And I don't know, Hell Yeah Brother, they definitely made a strong case here for themselves. I don't know. I think we're just going to have to wait and see, I guess, get a few more data points to work with. But they definitely look like a scary team, and... that was a convincing victory against a strong team, so definitely could be one of the dark horses here.
I think the first game of the tournament really shows off the power of shamans. Those 3 shamans really whittling down the Alliance, allowing for all those killing blows to happen.
Power of the Horde.
Yeah. The power of the Horde, yeah. mean, I'm gonna be honest. I got some Horde apparel on
Hey,
right now, and also
Zug, man.
also, Zico, I want to say I'm not the only one. I'm sure I'm not the only one that noticed, the nice decorations on the wall. So definitely a bit of an upgrade for you. How you
There
feeling
it is.
about having something on your wall? It's been the white walls for quite some time.
Well, let's talk about it.
Okay.
So this is a little something that my good friends over at Blizzard Europe sent me. They sent me a nice package here with 3D art, actually. That's right.
Ooh.
So look at this man. And Rockman, of course. When we do this.
Everyone.
Yeah,
Show and
look at this,
tell here with
everyone.
Zico.
Sure, yeah. So this is the Night Fae Covenant, right?
Yep.
Or is it?
Oh, nice. Nice.
I think so.
Is it or is it not then?
I think so.
It is.
I have been playing a lot of Shadowlands beta. I think it is, right?
No, I meant because it changes.
Oh, okay.
It's like one of those. It's got the vertical lines, right? Do you scratch it? Do you scratch it to
No.
for the
It's-
rat
Is
beast?
it a scratch? Is it a scratch and sniff
no.
as well? Has a nice scent.
No. You know what I mean? It makes like a high pitched noise when you scratch it.
Yeah. Even when you're
Yeah,
kid,
there you
have a
go.
nice
There you
little-
go.
Oh, DJ Z in the house.
Yeah.
Okay, we
Put some
gotta
more
get.
fun,
We
man.
get.
All
All right,
that's enough.
let's take a look at the bracket. Let's take a look at the bracket. This is too far. All right. So we do have round 2 shaping up quite nicely. We have Pug Stompers. They're going to be going up against Hell Yeah Brother. VC against Hello. And Hello, actually, is a team, interestingly enough, I mean, these are players that I played against some of them in the actual original Vanilla WoW. So I know a lot of them. As well, played against them in the Burning Crusade arena. So these guys have been around for a long time, and I know, although they're not like the biggest names, I think they should be an interesting match for VC. And then, of course, we do have Iron Horse Brotherhood Pioneer. What is that? The end of their name? That's a really interesting team name.
Pioneer Group.
Oh, okay, group. Yeah, they're going to be going up against Ready Raider. And then we have No Bruvs. They're waiting to see who will be winning between Sponsored by Sundrix and Lion's Share. And I think that will be our next game, and it'll be the last of the round of 1 in the upper bracket. I don't know too much about either one of these teams. So, Rockman, are you familiar with any of these players?
I have not seen any of these players in Warsong Gulch War games, so I'm not too familiar, but I do
Okay.
think they have some interesting comps, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, let's see. It's going to be Paladin sponsored by Sundrix, and then for Lion's Share, they are. Let's see, they're Paladin as well. So Alliance versus Alliance, and if you guys are new and haven't been, following along in Warsong Gulch or Arathi Basin, we do have a situation where Alliance teams can play against Alliance teams, and this is something that how big of an impact do you think it is? Because basically, one of these Alliance teams is forced to play on the Horde side of the map. Rockman, how big of an impact do you think that has on a team? Because when they're practicing, when they're grinding for rank 14, a lot of the time they are just going to be playing that one side. Do you think it actually can throw them off a little bit to have them on, kind of the opposite side of the map as a starting point?
I think they love the Alliance or the Horde side. They love being an Alliance team taking the Horde side because you get the farm. That's one of the key points of the Golden Triangle, as it's called. And like in Warsong Gulch, the Alliance base is a little bit better geographically than the Horde base. And then in Arathi Basin, it's the opposite way. The Horde base is a little bit better. So I think Alliance teams are ecstatic when they get into the Horde base.
Yeah,
There you are.
it just goes to show the Horde best at everything. Here we're finding out very quickly on the desk, but this game has no hordes, so let's see who can win. Lion's Share versus Sponsored by Sundrix. Oh, we got a cap happening immediately here on Goldmine. We got a trap into a cap, and I think he's gonna get it. There it is. He gets it. Let's see the 1 versus 1 now coming out here. There it is. Rapid fire. Big down. Rocket helmet. Can he get something on the pet? Flash bomb, maybe? There it is. Flash bomb on the pet comes out. Can he get the return cap? I'm not sure. It looks like he's going for it, but I don't know if that flash bomb is going to last long enough. It depends on the pet a little bit.
Oh, they might be able to actually take the farm. Oh, someone from the Horde actually did go down in the team fight and can rotate to that defense. That is super unfortunate. Maybe this rogue can get a sap and just pick up the farm. That would be big, going behind enemy lines. And at the same time, we have a Horde member going to the stables. So we can looking at a double potential, double ninja cap here coming in from both these teams, as there's not very many defenders available.
Okay, gold mine. Warrior now just ninjaing it back and forth from each other.
It's an actually interesting situation. You've got a warrior versus a hunter. With this warrior popped this FAP, he's popped his life-giving gem, and he's trying everything he can. He used the intimidating shot as well, but this hunter is just picking with his food right now. He's just kiting them all over. The hunter FAPs of his own. The nade's not going to do anything because he has a FAP up right now. And this warrior pretty much has his hands tied, and this hunter is just playing with him right now. But he does connect. He gets a Mortal Strike up with a hamstring. And the warrior's trying to decide, do I commit to try to get this kill, or do I go for the flag? He gets scatter shot, and I think this is going to be the end of him.
Right now, stables in favor of the Horde. Still this 1v1 going on. Devani is going to be moving forward, potentially trying to pick up the farm as well, but it's not going to happen. And Horde, they're actually better off in this situation. Oh, he does get dropped.
So close.
They both spent rocket helms, FAPs, trinkets, all their cooldowns, even goblin rocket boots in that 1v1, but the Horde comes out on top.
Well, it looks like they will be able to pick up the mine as a result. Stable still in favor of the Horde as well. Farm being picked up, and now this central fight, this blacksmith fight, is actually going to be super impactful. And you can see a lot of the teams are kind of committing resources. If they can pick up blacksmith, then it's going to be big for their rotations. And I think if the Alliance can grab blacksmith, they're going to be able to come back in this one. But the Horde not making it easy at this point, really putting it up for contention. Warrior does charge in and stop any sort of capping shenanigans. And still, we have kind of a stalemate at blacksmith, but 3 bases in favor of the Horde as they develop more and more of a lead in the match.
At stables is looking like it might go to the Alliance side here. So much numbers advantage, but you know what that means for blacksmith? It's looking like a potential Horde base. I don't know if you want to trade that many people for stables and give up blacksmith completely here. And they don't even get the cap. The nade comes in here. Good defense here from this MVP warrior. He's been doing a great... Actually, it's a rogue, but still, he's been doing a great job so far holding the base, and they still have one more player. Scatter comes in here on this paladin. Can he get the judgment or something here onto whipped? He gets naded. He gets counterspell. He gets sheep shot. There's no way. He's trapped here. Paulid. There's no way he's going to be able to play his character, but I don't know if that's enough. Did they actually cap the blacksmith there on the Horde side? I am not sure if they got it in the mix of things there, but... they should, because that was a massive numbers advantage in favor of the Alliance on stables. And they are going to get the blacksmith, so they trade stables for blacksmith. An awful trade if you're on the Alliance side. And they might actually lose. Ooh, no. A sneaky attempt there, though, from the Paladin. Almost taking that stables as well.
Not only was it you had the numbers advantage and you were going to win stables anyway, one of their warriors committed a recklessness cooldown into taking that base. So I think it was a little bit overkill there. And he's trying to... I love what Whipped is doing right now. He's hamstringing, and then he's also getting Piercing Howl out on 3 of these, and then an Intimidating Shot on top of it. Whipped is solo peeling 3 people out of Goldmine right now. Fantastic play right there.
Yeah, really well done by him. Still, we have a big fight here in Central Node. It looks like Alliance are slowly pulling out ahead in this one. They've taken back the stables. But we do have a bit of ninja capping potentially going on. We have some Horde members rotating back up, and the Horde kind of regathering their troops, trying to push forward. I didn't actually see, is this base in favor? Is this still just... Yeah, it's completely uncapped still at this point, so... I think this is one of the long... Actually, the Horde have it, so the Horde actually were able to pick up the blacksmith. I didn't even notice that. And that's going to be big for the Horde. They have 3 bases. They got the farm, they got the mine, as well as the blacksmith. Not ideal, but still a really, really good situation to be in.
Yeah, they're going to have pretty much the best bases in the house. I mean, you could trade the mine for lumber mill, but it's all good. If you're Horde, this should be something that you can defend fairly easily. But right now, they are actually getting overwhelmed here on blacksmith. Are they going to get the reses? They get the coil here. They're going for the cap. The Alliance team might actually do it. They get a nice damage there. And I think that's the last person. The nade comes in from downtown. It does stop the cap. And now the Horde members have res. They're going to swarm everybody here on the blacksmith, and that was a super close push, honestly. With just a little bit more luck there on the rest timer, I feel like they could have easily taken that base, or maybe if they sent somebody in towards the graveyard to deal with all the people's rezzing, could have definitely been a line of play. But we still have another base cap attempt here, but looks like the Horde team, I don't know, this fight is still kind of even, but the Horde team just keeps rezzing and rezzing and rezzing. And I think they are going to be able to overwhelm the Alliance here. Unless the Alliance have some amazing heals, it looks like they don't right now. Full stun coming out, Blessing of Protection here on this Paladin. He gets naded. And I think most of the Alliance have been wiped out at this point. Looks like the Horde is going to hold on to Blacksmith, but that was a really nice push. I want to see the Alliance team just let everybody who's dying die, regroup, try to send your rogues, both of them actually, or sorry, that one rogue that you have, send him somewhere, and then try to take it from there. They're actually
and right now
stealing this.
Yeah, the Alliance are pushing onto Goldmine right now. Fuzzy going for a polymorph on the Paladin, and he can bubble out of it, but he decides not to. He's got the sacrifice up on the Hunter, so he's going to get out of that. And it's going to be really hard for this Lock and this Mage to steal this Goldmine situation. And there is a res timer coming up shortly, so if they do get a kill here, they might res immediately. And they're committing more. Here comes a Paladin and a Warrior to this fight.
Ooh, C-Rap Hunter might go down. Let's see what's going to happen. Big Huge trying to go for a cap. Unfortunately, not able to get it, but I like that he's pressuring it. Numbers favor inside of the Alliance, but we have a lot rotating down from the Horde. They really want to hold on to this base. They will have that defender's advantage as well by being able to spawn there. Right now, the Alliance, they have quite a few defenders. They are going to be taking someone from Lumbermill, trying to make some plays over at the farm, but I would say for the Horde side of things, sponsored by Sundrix, they are, I think, which one is Horde and this one is sponsored by Sundrix? The Horde
Sundrix,
side is,
yep.
Yeah, Sundrix doing a great job with their defense right now, making sure they never just have one at a base. If that happens, they're very susceptible to actually getting ninja'd on. Having at least 2 defenders at every node and then everyone else kind of just floating where they need to be. It's been looking really good for them so far, and their lead in this match is slowly but surely establishing itself.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it just comes down to that big opener that they had. They were able to get 3 bases on the outskirts, stables, goldmine, and farm. And then the fact that you're able to trade stables for farm has just put you in such a great position here as the Horde team. But I want to say the Alliance squad here, Alliance Share, they have been doing a much better job in these actual team fights. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see them actually be one of those teams, one of those outliers that actually can win a team fight and then steal the base away. AB, of course, being a BG that just heavily favors whoever is defending because of the nature of the fact that there's 15 players, cast time on the caps is long, and obviously the graveyards are going to be there for one team, but not for the team that is attacking. So despite that, sometimes we do see team fights go down later in the game and teams go for that blacksmith. And actually, I feel like Lionshare, they are a team that could do that. Just have everybody on blacksmith get wiped out, regroup, send them over there, send your rogues to goldmine or farm, and then see what you can do.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about these 2 comps is sponsored by Sundrick does have the 2 rogues. So even though they have 3 bases right now, they can constantly be throwing rogues at bases to just keep forcing the Alliance team to rotate back over. Lionshare is going to have a really hard time dealing with both of these rogues.
Oh, Devani. Good luck, Devani. Going to be trying to find a C-Rap right now in the mine. Unfortunately, there's 2 members in the mine, and there's a flare. So what is this rogue going to do? Yeah, how is he going to get into the mine? There's no shadow step available. He's going to have to walk through that flare or just go for a cap. And I think he's kind of realized this is an impossible task, and maybe I'll try my luck over at the farm. Going to be popping sprint and making a rotation right now. Still big battle at blacksmith. The Horde need to just hold on as long as they can. They're actually getting picked off. Multiple Horde members have fallen down, but once again, there is that defender's advantage. And if they can just hold on long enough to get those reinforcements coming, they should be able to hold on to this base. At the same time, we have Galvs. Oh, goes for the mind control and actually gets the mind control. And it's going to be taking away the lumber mill. There's almost nothing that can be done in this situation. And this is a great spot for sponsored by Sundrix to pull off. Unfortunately, they definitely don't want to be losing that central node as well. Alliance have been doing a great job in that fight, but now there's just extra pressure, and I think some members are going to have to peel off, and this is exactly what you want to see. You can see two people getting away from Blacksmith to come regain Lumber Mill, and that is not something that they wanted to have to happen, because now they're just going to fall further and further behind at that Blacksmith fight.
Oh, the Rogues tried to peel for against four peoples here on Lumbermill. I think Galvs did a big mistake here opening after he got that blind sap onto the warrior. I think he should have just tried to stay in stealth as much as possible. He is going to be getting taken down. Unfortunately for him, he's not able to buy more time for his team, but still a fantastic job there. Nonetheless, by Galvs getting the base, getting holding it for a little bit, and wasting a rotation on the Alliance side, forced to send multiple members over there, and that's going to increase the lead of the Horde team. And now we see a 2v2 here brewing up in the gold mine, but you can take a look at all those red dots in the middle of Blacksmith. You're going to see some of them might make their way down here soon. They know what's happening here. We got a Hunter and a Destro Warlock now on that two-man defense squad. They go for the Frost Trap, and they, of course, stop the cap here. I would like to see some crowd control maybe thrown out onto this healer, and then just keep going for this Warlock. Now there's a Mage here. Now we got even more Alliance here. 5 versus 4 situation here on Goldmine. Galvs, the legend, is making his way to this Destruction Warlock, and there it is. Nade, cheap shot, big damn coming in at Destro Warlock. He is going to get destroyed. And Dave Aney trying to make something happen here. In a 2v1, he actually gets him with the Savage Charge. Can he get some crowd control here on the Hunter? He gets the full blind, but where's the pet? There's no flash bomb. He's not going to be able to do anything about that right there. So he's going to be able to get the sap here, but where is the pet? I don't see it. And it could actually be a ninja cap here. There it is. The pet's going to go for the mage. And there it is. Frost Nova coming out. Can they sheep the pet and then sap the hunter again? Doesn't look like it. They're just going to go for a ninja, like YOLO click. Not going to really work out for the mage there. Dave Aney's going to get caught up in the full trap. Looks like the Horde team has also successfully defended Gold Mine, and it looks like they are going to be able to hold on to the farm now in a 3 versus 2 situation, with one member being on sub 10%.
Yeah, and this Hunter here is going to bring down this rogue pretty handedly. And what I would love to see these Hunters do is the Alliance Hunters, when they force it into a base and they send the numbers, the Hunter and the Mage should peel off over to the graveyard, put a Frost Trap down, and get ready to Nova as soon as a res happens so you can secure a base. This lead is not too far in the favor of the Horde team, sponsored by Sundrix, and Lion's Share has to make a play now to get back in this game.
Ooh. Let's see if they can do it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Waltonton's is going to be able to make this happen. This 2 versus 1, definitely not going in his favor, but we'll see. Actually, once again, I just like the Horde. They're constantly, even though they have their lead, they're trying to further their lead by constantly applying pressure in the back line. And let's see, once again, there's one defender at Lumbermill. There's one defender at Stables. Got a bit of a 1v1 here. Galvs, once again, just going for big pressure. Might be able to actually take down Whipped. Goes for the Vanish play. Can he get an ambush? Whipped is going to be in a lot of trouble right now. Big Eviscerate comes in, and Whip does get dropped. And let's see, I don't think Galvs actually had time to loot his corpse, so maybe we could go for a corpse res, but unfortunately, big res coming in, and Galvs is going to be taken down. Not going to happen, but definitely a nice try.
Nice try there. Like you mentioned, Galvs is doing his job here. He's putting pressure on the defender. She's wasting a little bit of time. Anytime he does that, he is managing to waste the enemy team's time setting up their offense and actually getting that team-winning fight that they have here in Blacksmith. I really think the Alliance team so far have been the better team-fighting squad. They just made some really bad errors, and the Horde team, they played the starting so well, the way they got all of those bases, and then the way they swapped, a bad base that's hard to defend for the best base in the house, and they just haven't been able to let go since. But I do feel like the Alliance team has been the stronger team in this straight-up big team fights. Whipped now looking to get something going here in the gold mine. He's just standing here waiting for a charge and a free action potion. He gets scattershot on it, and he might even get dispelled there by the little fell puppy from the Warlock. Now he's going to make his way to the target. He's going for a double fear. Does he have the damage to back it up, though? Let's see if he can take down this Hunter. Doesn't look like it. Hunter definitely not taking much damage whatsoever right now. The nade comes down on his healer, but Whipped you know, if you were a mage and you tried this, I would have said probably not going to happen. But I like the attempt. Ooh, he gets the Eye of
Dark
Cthulhu proc
Edge.
right there. The Dark Edge of Insanity. That's the name. He gets a scatter into a aim shot into a graveyard. I'm guessing.
And he gets another proc. Look at him go. That's 2 procs in like one fight, but here comes the Hammer of Wrath to bring him down from the Paladin. And honestly, I don't think a warrior is the best class to go for a solo cap in these situations.
Wait, they're gonna get. Look at Blacksmith. They might actually get it. Oh, it's so close! Arcane Explosion. I can't believe it. That was the closest I've seen so far to them actually getting Blacksmith. I'm sorry to cut you off, but that was actually crazy. They were so close. If they just had anyone sitting at the graveyard slowing down reinforcements, I think they might have been actually able to pick that one up.
The Alliance had 2 mages there around that flag. If they sent one to the res, they could have got a Nova off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Unfortunate.
it's something we were saying all last weekend as well. We're like, hey, send your mages to the graveyard, guys. Come on.
Normally,
You
yeah,
don't need
if you,
your 5 versus 1 the last guy. Just have a mage run there while it's 4 versus 1. I promise.
It's not
you the
even
result
that.
looks the same.
I'm going to let you in on a little secret chat and everyone else watching. If you see a team have 6 people capping the flag, they're doing something wrong, 100%. I mean, it's nice maybe to have multiple people split up, so you have to AoE at least and not just single target someone down, but those players are much more valuable cutting off reinforcements, and I think that's just kind of a classic mistake coming in. Unfortunately, at this point, I mean, I think Lion's Share at this point, they're going to have to go for 4 bases if they want to win this one. They're too far behind to just pick up Blacksmith and be able to come back in it. I think Horde is in a very good spot right now, sponsored by Sundrix, looking good in this one.
Yep, sponsored by Sandrix. Looking like a different beast here. I got up against a Lion's Share. You're going to see them, if they can make their sponsors a little bit more proud here, holding on to their lead for a little bit longer. Looks like the Blacksmith is definitely heavily contested, but a new, fresh wave of pumpkins have arrived to the battlefield from farm, and they are going to be throwing out a lot of heals here, a lot of renews, a lot of shields. Hesperion really having a heart attack right now, trying to heal so many low people, and he is going to unfortunately not be able to keep all of them alive, but hopefully he's done a good enough job here for them to stay alive in the fight and keep spinning that flag. Whipped the rogue of the team of Lion's Share. I haven't really seen Dave Aney do too much work there, but they have this Night Elf warrior with the Cthulhu axe doing what he needs to do, challenging anybody that wants it to a duel. He goes for the flash bomb here onto the pet, but that means he's not going to be able to crowd control the hunter and the pet, and now he's getting maxed through. Please, I don't want to see a warrior try to 1v1 anything, man. It hurts. It hurts my heart watching Whipped.
Well, Whipped is doing a great job right now. He's peeling people away from Blacksmith, and the Alliance team have given up Lumbermill and Stables. They have no one defending, and they are throwing all their bodies at Blacksmith to get this flag. So Whipped is doing a great job for his team. If the Alliance can take the Blacksmith base, they can get back in this game.
Maybe, yeah. They might be able to. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not necessarily sold on that one just yet, but we'll see. Cunning, he's going to be moving forward, bringing defenders around, and we do have now 1 defender at the lumber mill. But yeah, Warrior doing a great job. Anytime you as a single player can bring multiple members back to defend, I think that is kind of best case scenario on this mage right now. Cunning will be the trinket, I do believe, from Mr. Paladin, who will be auto-attacking now into another sheep. Could be the Divine Shield. And if Cunning can get the Divine Shield, that would be massive. It looks like, unfortunately, the Polymorph will break. Cunning will not be able to actually pick up this node, but it was a good effort by him. And I fear for this Paladin. If the Paladin's just going to be sitting here one-on-one-ing this mage, I think this is a one-on-one the Paladin's going to end up losing.
Yeah, Cunning's going to get the full DR sheep. No trinket, no bubble, as far as I know, on Big Huge. And that is going to be a cap. Oh, no. Did it break again? I
don't know what's happening. I feel like Cunning's getting really unlucky.
Nah, Cunning messed up the DR. The previous sheep was a triple DR sheep because he probably bubbled and trinketed the first 2. And that one was triple DR. And then Oh, maybe it wasn't even triple DR. Maybe it was 2 DR and he got unlucky on that one. And on the last one, it was triple DR because he CS'd him and then he started like doing damage and then he just sheeped him again. But I think there was like maybe a second or two left on the DR. And in Classic, the DR is RNG, right? It's like, I think it's
Yeah,
like,
it's a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think it's like between like 12 and 15 for Mage Poly. And it's like, it's RNG which one of those numbers is going to be on the DR reset.
Yeah, with enough nature resist, you can actually heartbeat out of a rogue's blind pretty early.
Yeah.
I think, didn't one of you guys try that in the dueling tournament?
No, I didn't. Not that creative, jeez.
Oh, I think it was Snuts. I think that was Snuts that was doing that.
Might have been.
Well, I mean, for this one, at this point, Cunning, he's once again going for this 1v1, potentially trying to pick up the stables. And if he can do it, it's going to be a really good spot for his team to be in. They are already, I mean, they're 80 resources away, 70 at this point, and I think we can pretty safely call this one a win for Sponsored by Sundrix. So a great job by their team, and that does mean that they will be going up against no aboves. And I think the stables being picked up just adds insult to injury. One base available for the Alliance. There's 700 resources plus down at this point in the game. And even if we see Mr. Mage going down here at the stables, we just have a few seconds left in this match. And I mean, for this, well, I mean, the big story of this one, it just feels like Blacksmith got picked up, and it was just a really difficult situation for Lion's Share to get picked up back or come back in the game from.
Yep, and unfortunately for Lion's Share, that means that they are going to be the Lion's Share of the teams in the lower bracket, because that's where they're going right now. We got Sponsored by Sundrix. Oh, they're going to keep on trucking here in the upper bracket. And let's take a look here. Very interesting scoreboard. And this is kind of what I was alluding to a little bit earlier. It felt like the Alliance team was the better team fighting team. And I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, it actually does kind of reflect on that. The Alliance team did a great job in terms of, the kills, their deaths. And we have a 30-4 play. I feel like that's me when I'm queuing random BGs. I'm like 30-4 and my team is just losing anyway, like super hard. But yeah, no, I do feel like the Alliance team was better, but the Horde team had a better strategy, they had better rotation and a much better opener.
Yeah, getting the Horde spawn and getting farm and then getting the Blacksmith a good second before the Alliance team can is such a huge advantage. Like I said earlier, Alliance teams just absolutely should love spawning in the Horde base on Arathi Basin.
Yeah, I mean, nice strategical edge for the Horde team. I do think that the way they handled the rotations on the Alliance side, I think that was the downfall for them. Like sometimes they would just send way too many people to stables and things like that. And the Horde team just did a good job, spinning the flag.
Spinning the flag, although, not necessarily winning the team fights, they managed to pull ahead, and with their reinforcements, I mean, there was a huge defender's advantage, and that at this point, watching last weekend, watching this weekend, that's really, really obvious, and I think going for that kind of team fight strategy, where if you're behind in the match, going for like an all-in kind of death ball and trying to win an objective like the Blacksmith, it is such a difficult thing to do. I think you kind of have to go for ninja plays where you're hitting multiple locations at once and spreading out the forces and trying to go for something sneaky. But we'll see what they're able to do in the lower bracket. And that does mean good little congratulations to Sponsored by Sundrix. They will be advancing in the upper bracket, and their next matchup will be against No Bubs. Should definitely be an interesting one. And I do believe I'm going to have to get confirmation on our next game, but we still have some teams we have yet to see play. So we've got VC. They're going to be going up against Hello, as well as Ready Raider. And we were kind of talking about how Ready Raider and VC are probably the favorites for this tournament. And we'll see if they can both march through the upper bracket and kind of meet each other in the upper finals. I think it would definitely be an interesting thing to see, Zico.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Are we sure that that's going to be the game? Isn't it Pug Stumpers versus Hell Yeah, Brother? And then the VC... Cheers. I'm not sure. We'll,
It
we'll
might
get
be.
confirmation on that for you guys momentarily. But it could be Hell Yeah Brother again in that next series versus Pug Stompers. Or it could be VC, their first appearance of the day. And I gotta say, so far, who do you guys think is the team to beat in this tournament?
It's very close between those two, Ready Raider and Vampire Clan. I do know that both teams had a last minute substitution. So I'm not sure how that'll play out for their team synergy and how well they execute on their plan. But I think Horde has a huge advantage. So I probably would give the edge slightly to Team Ready Raider as the overall favorite.
Okay. What about you, Ben? You got any favorites yet?
Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Xane, one of my favorite elemental shaman, maybe my favorite elemental shaman on Ready Raider. So we're definitely going to be looking to see if he can bake up those lightning fast pies and deliver those massive chain lightnings. And we'll have to see how he does. But before we get to that point, I don't even think that, I mean, if both the teams do end up winning, that's not a matchup that we'll end up seeing today, I do believe. But we can take a look at the bracket and where we are exactly. And yeah, well, we're not exactly sure on what the next game is going to be, but it will be one of these upper bracket games. And then down in the lower bracket, of course, we have Farm and Flirty and Lion's Share. They're kind of just waiting in the wings, seeing who they're going to be playing up against in that lower bracket. And that's going to be their last chance. So kind of, it's a double elimination tournament. So you do get that one safety net, but it's a single game. If you win, you move on. If you lose, you go down to the lower bracket. If you lose again, you are going to be eliminated. And if you weren't here at the beginning of the show where I kind of explained what all these teams are playing for, this is a qualification round. So today, tomorrow, we're going to be figuring out the top 6 Arathi Basin teams in North America and which these 6 teams will be making it to that championship round next weekend, where we'll be seeing the best teams in Europe and the best teams in North America battle against themselves and see who ends up kind of getting that grand prize.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very nice. But our next game has been confirmed. It is going to be Sundrix versus No Buffs next. So, sponsored by Sundrix versus No Buffs in that bottom side of your screen is going to come up very, very shortly here, Ben.
Hopefully their recklessnesses are up.
Yeah, hopefully the recklessnesses are off cooldown, but we are going to be giving these teams just a second. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back with Sundrix versus No Bruvs. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the classic fall Conquest. I'm your host, Vinruki, joined by Zico and Rockman. We've watched a few games today. Zico, our next matchup, of course, is going to be sponsored by Sundrix versus No Bruvs. What do we think about this one?
I mean, we just saw it sponsored by Sundrix. These guys looked like, wait, is my mic? Yeah, where my mic's muted.
Mike's
not
good.
Muted. Mike's good. We just saw them play, and they look like a strong team. Their team fighting capabilities, I'm a little bit worried for because they were getting crushed on the scoreboard. But they had good rotations, and I liked what their rogue was doing. They're just sending him around to annoy defenders. So definitely could be a good fight for them if they can kind of repeat that same thing with their rotations, especially in the starting stages of the game. So I think that's their focus: rotations and a good opener, and then they can maybe snowball it into a lead.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can actually establish that lead. Both these teams have made it to the round 2 of the upper bracket, and we're just going to continue to march through the upper bracket and send a few teams down to the lower bracket to see, who ultimately will be getting eliminated today and which teams are going to be looking better and better to make it into that top 6. But taking a look at the bracket right now, we have Pug Stompers. They're going to be going up against Hell Yeah Brother. We have VC versus Hello. I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup. I think a lot of people don't know the players of Hello, but for me, it's going to be interesting because a lot of the members on Hello are people that actually played original vanilla WoW with. So it'll be cool to see them kind of compete and see how they can kind of hang with the big dogs, the Warsong Gulch champions VC, and then Iron Horse Brotherhood Pioneer Group. I kind of like their name. It's long, it's not short and sweet, that's for sure, but I like it, and I don't know what it means, but they're going to be playing up against Ready Raider, and then of course our next matchup sponsored by Sundrix, and they'll be playing up against No Bruvs. But so far, I mean, the story of the last 2 games that we have watched have kind of been, we do have the games available, but the story of the last 2 games, Rockman, have kind of been the team that picks up Blacksmith has ended up being able to defend it and has ended up winning these games. I mean, do we think it's going to be a similar story here?
Yeah, and we saw sponsored by Sundrix get the Horde base in the last match, but this time it is in the favor of Team No Buvs. And I am familiar with many of these players. They're involved in the Warsong Gulch scene, as well as the little arena splash scene that we had for a while. Nantid, DB Magic, Laser Lotus. These guys are not unfamiliar with playing on stream, on the big stage, ready to win these games. And they got the Horde base, so I'm excited to see what they can do with it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here. We faced a couple of these guys in the
y'all
latest,
played them.
Yeah, we played against some of these people. Nantid, he played Shadow Priest Mage, and we had Laser Lotus. That was the Rogue Red team. A lot of experienced members here on this roster, like you mentioned. I think No Buffs is kind of one of those teams that we haven't really talked about, but they have a lot of good players on that team. So definitely could be a hard match here for sponsored by Sundrix.
I think the guy to watch here is Ryujin, that Night Elf priest with his nasty, nasty star shards. Ryujin.
Yeah, the Star Shards. They have a rep pally as well, DB Magic. I believe he's actually playing the Retribution spec, so at least he was in sort of the 3v3 tournament that we got to watch. So we'll see how that plays out for them. We have both teams committing quite a bit of an offense here to the Blacksmith, and then actually a bit of an advantage here for the gold mine on the Horde side of things. A few reinforcements coming from the Alliance, really good timings on their rotations, as well as sending in those reinforcements. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these fights do play out.
Yeah, and we are going to see here Rockingham coming out here on the lumber mill. Do see a nice little situation here for the Horde team. DB Magic going in for the cap. Not going to be able to find it just yet. And we also have Laser Lotus here in a 2v2. We got a blind, we got a gouge, and a blind does break this mage. And Crap Hunter here. They're doing a great job so far trying to take this base, but it looks like they are actually going to be able to get it here. Very well played 2v2 right there by the Mage Hunter, and they are going to walk away with the gold mine right there. C-Rap Hunter coming in with the cap here, first base of the game out of the contested ones, and now Lumbermill as well going to be claimed here by McNasty. Is it M McNasty or MC Nasty?
McNasty, if I had to guess. Like McDonald's.
I kind of like MC Nasty coming in with the
MC
flow.
Nasty? Okay. Yeah, I could see that.
Maybe he'll tweet at us and let us know.
Maybe he will. But Galv's there. He uses a resto pot on himself to get Fairy Fire off so he could re-stealth in this fight at Blacksmith. But I don't know if just doing that was even worth it, because you have the numbers advantage here. But, he's wanting to style on him. The camera was on him. He knew what was going on, so he popped the resto pot there. I can dig it for sure.
Yeah. And for those of us that don't know, what is the resto pot? Because I feel like there might be some people joining us that aren't super familiar with all the little nuanced items in Classic that can really turn the tide of a fight. What is the power of that resto pot?
Sure. The formal name is Restorative Potion, and Restorative Potion gives you a buff that knocks off a random debuff every 5 seconds for 30 seconds. So it's basically like he had Fairy Fire on him from the Druid, so he couldn't stealth. And you can use a Restorative Potion to knock that debuff off you and allow you to stealth. It's kind of like a Cloak of Shadows, but it puts all your potions on cooldown. So it was kind of a bit of a style play. Restorative Potions are also expensive if you don't follow. But I can dig it for sure.
Yeah, most of those consumables in Classic are going to be expensive, and we are seeing an explosive fight here break out on the gold mine. Everybody is stacking up on the Horde side. Cunningy doing what he can here with the AoEs, but he will be taken down there. And now we are seeing some more members just stacking up on the flag, trying to cap it, but they're all getting stuck in that entanglement right there. And it's not even August right now, but we do see a lot of these players entangled here in the midfield, trying to potentially spin that flag, trying to cap it. But C-Rap Hunter here on the backside, throwing out the multi-shots. He gets feared up now. This could be a real opportunity. Now, this is a situation where we tell you, move players to the graveyard. Look at that. One mage comes down from the graveyard, and there's the reinforcements, and that cap is not going to happen because you had 6 people clicking the flag instead of sending 2 of those 6
I think
people
they
to
had more
the
than
graveyard.
6, honestly.
Oh, but the Horde are pulling out ahead here.
Yeah, somehow they're managing to do that. At the same time, we have Gauss. He gets a sap onto DB Magic, and we'll have to see if DB Magic, the Retribution Paladin, is going to have to use his Divine Shield. What does he have available? Divine Shield will get used in Gauss, just immediately using Vanish. And now DB Magic is in a very difficult situation, because if he gets sapped again, he does kind of realize that he's popped his Barov's Peasant Collar, so summon in a few extra pets that might be able to assist, but I really don't think they're going to be able to do too much here. Galvs, if he gets a sap on DB Magic once again, I think he's actually going to be able to take this, but I think DB Magic may have bought enough time. You can see reinforcements coming in from the farm up to the lumber mill, and they're going to have at least 2 people defend at this point, because DB Magic is super susceptible to being sapped. At the same time, we have some skirmishes still going on at the mine.
Yeah, and it's hard to call who is going to be able to take this, because Ryujin is just sitting there in Shadow Meld. They think it's a 1 versus 1, but it's not. It is actually a 3 versus 1 here for the Horde side, and somebody just walked away from that gold mine, and now the Star Shards are coming in. Ryujin with the legendary plays, and now C-Rap Hunter coming in here, trying to spit as many bars as he can here on the people capping the flag. Can he do it, though, is the question. He gets caught up in the polymorph. Where's the pet? The pet's just standing next to him. He's not being sent in. Now, finally, the pet, it's finally moving in there. Ryujin, can you do something to it? No, it doesn't look like it. The anti-caps are going to come in. Laser Lotus now trying to make something happen here on the Blacksmith. I do think the Alliance are going to be able to hold on here on Goldmine once again, and they're going to be able to buy themselves plenty of time here as well with this rotations here, just playing it out perfectly, not overcommitting with defenders, but not being overwhelmed either.
And I like what Laser Lotus is doing here. He pops the free action potion and is supporting his team at Blacksmith, but I have to wonder if that's what you want to be doing as a rogue. In my experience in Arathi Basin as a rogue, you want to just be throwing yourself at every base that isn't contested and forcing people to rotate to you. But right now he's trying to support his team so they can steal this Blacksmith, and he's got mind-numbing poison up on pretty much everybody. And he's supporting his team with as much damage as he can, but he has no cooldowns available to him, no Rocket Helm, no Trinket, no Vanish, no Cold Blood. And right now, he's getting chewed up by this warrior, and I think he's going to go down to Blacksmith.
Looking like it might happen. Laser Lotus, he's getting low. Can they actually take him down? So far, Alliance, they're doing great. They've got the mine, they've got the blacksmith, they've got the stables, they've been able to defend it. Horde still trying to figure out where are the openings. How can we force these Alliance players off of their base? What kind of distractions can we set up? Because that's what it's going to take for them to get back in this game. They're going to have to pick up a flag, and they're running out of time. Eventually, if one side can hold on to 3 bases long enough, then the other side is going to have to get more than 3 bases to come back. That's how math works in this particular case. And it becomes really, really difficult because time is of the essence. You are on the clock. And if you can't make something happen fast enough, it is going to be kind of an inevitable loss. Horde side right now trying to set up. But look at this. There is a gauntlet set up. You can see the Hunter's freezing trap down on the bridge. And it makes it really, really difficult to push in. And also just gives Alliance a lot of time to be rotating around here.
Yeah, and we are going to see the Horde team kind of being a little bit pushed away from the base so far, sponsored by Sundrix. They're doing a good job just trying to hold on to that stables, and they realize on the Horde side that, hey, we're not going to be able to actually do anything here. And now we're going to see a rotation coming out for Blacksmith here potentially, and they are going to be able to potentially make it over across the water. Water fight might actually be happening here, and the Horde have the numbers advantage, but there's a couple of more people here on the actual Blacksmith now jumping down in the water, getting their feet wet. Galv's going to be one of those players here trying to dig in with his swords, and he is going to be taking down MC Nasty, the nastiest Shadow Priest on this side of the continent. And we are going to see a nice little gouge here as the Alliance team just kind of regroups on the flag here at Blacksmith.
So I don't want to be negative, but something I didn't realize at the beginning is all 3 priests on Team No Buffs are not dwarf. So they have no fear ward whatsoever on their team, and that is a huge, huge disadvantage. They've got 2 human priests and a night elf priest, and not having fear ward is a big misplay.
But they have star shards. They have star shards. So,
they do have star shards, yes.
We've seen that coming clutch in these team fights so far. So Volume is actually going to be moving forward. A bit of a skirmish here. Let's see what Volumes is going to be able to get done. The male Night Elf Hunter, the male Night Elf Rogue, putting in a big eviscerate, putting in work, going for a vanish. See what he can do. Volumes going for a cap, potentially. Gets poked by an arrow. And now poked by a pet, and unfortunately for Volumes, really not going to be able to get too much done. Really great defense here on the side of sponsored by Sundrix, and they're going to be able to hold on to that lead.
I don't know what it is, but when I'm just watching a Night Elf male rogue like this, it just feels like he's not really doing any damage. Like I see his character attack, and I see him run around, but he just looks big and clunky, and he's not able to get too much work done here. He's just getting kited around in the trap here. We are going to see Teflon Don now finally getting crowd controlled a little bit here. Might actually be getting taken down here if they can keep it up, but he does catch a big heal here. C-Rap Hunter coming in here with the fastest arrows on Herald. Going to be taking down 1 member, and now Volumes tanks a big multi-shot to the face. Going to be taken down by the aim shot as well to about half HP here, and he's taking a decent beating here. The Warrior's now going to come in as well and start swinging, and this Night Elf Rogue, definitely a bit tanky, but he is going to go down here to the damage of that Warrior, and it looks like the Alliance are going to be able to hold the gold mine no problems.
So not only is it a human priest in tier 2, they've got Spirit of Redemption. And I don't know if you guys have played a priest with Spirit of Redemption before, but you can actually miss a res timer if you get that buff for too long. And that could be a really scary situation if you're trying to heal your team as a spirit healer because you died.
Ooh, DB Magic, the mighty Ret Paladin with his Hand of Ragnaros going forward. Gets a Hammer of Justice into a cold, immediate Divine Shield Repentance on the healer. Let's see if he can take this Warlock down. It is so close, auto-attacking away. Can he get him? DB Magic trying. He throws in a nade. A little bit more damage. It's getting so low. No execute going to be available, but he gets taken down. Really good try. Ret Paladin tried his best, but unfortunately taken down. The Alliance able to hold on to stables, but There's one person looking like there is a potential he could go after the mine, but unfortunately, still two defenders. And sponsored by Sundrix, they're doing a great job with their defense so far. They're kind of reminding me of the team that did end up winning in Europe. They've been able to just pick up their 3 bases. Maybe they're not winning all the team fights, but their rotations are looking really, really good. Their defense is solid, and sponsored by Sundrix is kind of making a case for themselves. I feel like Nobrev's definitely not an easy team, but they're able to hold on to this defense quite solidly.
Yeah,
There's
definitely.
a huge push going towards stables right now. Zico, what do you think about this?
I think that this push, I mean, I like that they're going after stables. I think going after stables is nice because that red little dot at Goldmine might get a good opportunity here, or at least he might be able to swing some of those alliance players to Goldmine and then potentially help his team secure the stables by applying pressure in multiple locations. He's going to be sneaking in towards the base here to make his move. He knows, I think the last thing we saw at Goldmine was 2 people defending, I believe it was a hunter and a healer. So we're going to see if he can do that. Now multiple members actually swarming on Goldmine here. There's a big fight happening there, and we are going to see what's going on here. Laser Lotus is going to go for the stealth cap here potentially. He's got Ryujin here with him, and Ryujin gets caught up in the rocket helmet there, but he does break out, and now it's going to be a lot of Alliance players swarming this mine here. Looks like it's going to be going in favor of the Alliance, but that means Stables is going to be up for grabs here. You can see both fights extremely close, and these are the type of fights that can just decide who actually comes out ahead on the game here. They need to try to get something happening here on the side of no buffs. They need to try to get that Stables cap if they can, but just looks like they are going to be outnumbered. Looks like there's so many healers in the backline, just free healing, good spread here on the Alliance side, but that means Goldmine is still up for grabs here. DB Magic on that Retribution Paladin now. We've seen all kinds of things here so far. NNA, we've seen Warriors go for Ninja Caps. Now we're seeing Rets go for Ninja Caps with that Priest, but it's not looking too good for him right now. He actually might be able to take down the Mage. The Mage blinks here. Doesn't even Hammer of Justice. He's looking for him. C-Rap Hunter coming in with the Scatter right there, and now the Chiefs are coming in, and that should be enough for Cunning here to survive. He mounts up on his little Mechano Strider. He gets dispelled. Ryujin trying to take him down on his way out, but he does catch a bit heal there in the back end by Teflon Don, and the Mage is going to survive. Horde's going to get wiped at GM, and it looks like they are potentially getting wiped here at Stables as well. It's still a pretty close fight here, gentlemen.
Yeah, Pulisidia, the hunter, is doing an absolute fantastic job of controlling the stables base. He's getting these fantastic frost traps down, kiting all of the Horde. Entrapments are proccing left and right, and the Horde are just getting whittled down. And really, the Horde committed, I think it was 6 or 7 people, all trying to cap the flag at the same time, and a single sapper, a single nade, basically wiped all of them. So if you're capping a flag, you don't want your whole team clicking it at the same time. Maybe just 1 or 2.
Ooh, Volumes going for hero play. You can see he's actually changed his helmet. He's not disguising it, which is kind of unconventional. Normally, you want to have your helmet hidden so people don't know what kind of gadgets and gizmos you're going to be using. We'll see what Volumes can get done, kind of just picking his moment. But at this point, there's quite a few Alliance there. I don't know if any hero plays are really going to be able to come out. Normally, you see Rogues kind of going to, Stables, Mine, these kind of off nodes where they can be a little bit more effective, but Volumes trying to maneuver his way back at the tree right now, but I just don't think there's really going to be an opening for him. Maybe get his team a bit of an edge in the fight if he can get like a sap off and he can get his rocket helm off, then that's going to be a lot of crowd control for the fight. But so far, the rest of his reinforcements, they're kind of pinned at the bridge, and they're not able to actually push in for this fight. But the Horde, they're pushing Stables, they're pushing Mine, a 3-pronged assault at this point, and we'll have to see if they can make anything happen with this.
Yeah, and I think it looked like Volumes was getting found right there. I'm not sure if he actually did get found there, but we are going to see some people here in Stables going for the Ninja Cap, but once again, Rocket Helm on Ryujin. They're going to be taking down the Paladin, and now Ryujin probably just going to get CC'd for a really long time. DB Magic there on the other side, there on his red, is going to be in a full trap, and we are going to see him surrounded by 3 Alliance members. So the Alliance definitely just crowd controlling members here and kind of holding them hostage. Volumes, he's gonna have to make something happen somewhere. I'm not sure if even him ninja capping a base somewhere is gonna be enough here. He's gonna really have to turn up for this game.
And I'm trying to figure out why the Horde team, no buffs, why aren't they sitting their rogues to try to ninja cap? Right now, Laser Lotus is defending a lumber mill by himself, and I feel like he would be utilized so much more if he was trying to attack a base with blind, sap, rocket helm, flash bomb, regular grenade even. You just, I don't know what he's doing right now, so he just leaves the base altogether. So maybe he can get something done. But we do have a fight going on at stables right now, and Ruse has got his hands tied right now. It's he rocket helms the mage there, or the warlock, and Pelucidia is just pumping damage on him. He intercepts Pelucidia, gets a mortal strike up, but he needs a heal from Ryujin. Right now, Ryujin is a Curse of Tongues and spell locked, and the warlock just churns through Ruse there. Very unfortunate, but he has backup here, and we have somewhat of a scuffle going on at stables.
Oh, all core, can I get more? He's here in stables doing some work. Rookie.
I mean, definitely. One execute comes in, potential second execute comes in. This warrior looking pretty good right now. The Divine Shield does come in. Cunning coming back to reinforce L-Core right now as they do try to defend the stables. And I think this defense is going to definitely work. And we do have a nice little defense at mine, at Blacksmith. There's really no openings. But if you look on the Horde side of the map, we actually have 2 Alliance players just continuing to put pressure on. Looks like Farm is actually a really great target for them to go after. It's only 1 defender right now. They could try to make something happen there. But as this fight continues to develop at stables, the Alliance are sending 2 attackers to Lumbermill. And if they can pick that up, they're just going to continue to get that lead more and more in this match. And at this point, no bruvs, they've fallen so far behind in this match. They're going to have to actually pick up 2 flags if they want to have any chance of coming back.
Yeah, it looks like the Alliance are running away with this one, sponsored by Sandrix. Looking like they are going to be the first team in the upper bracket to advance here to round number 3. But they still have a little while left in this game against no buffs. No buffs, they're gonna, like you mentioned, get 4 bases here if they want to claw themselves back into this one. And we are gonna see Lily here making his way to potentially try to steal a base here. He's looking for Blacksmith, but I don't know if a single druid can do that much here. Now, there's a ret as well kind of moving in. Now, I don't know if a single druid and a ret, potentially 2 of the
MC
worst
cap.
classes. Ooh, they get the MC cap. They get the Hammer of Justice. They're swarming in from the farm. This is a good push. Slow rotations coming in from the Alliance side. What are they going to do here? Full blind onto Galvs. Can they get anything more here is the question. Doesn't look like it. Cunning is going to be rotating now from stables. Galvs gets sheep trotted up here. Volumes, he is going to be sapped into another sap. MC Nasty getting ready here as well. But I don't think Galvs is going to be able to make anything happen here on Lumbermill. And once again,
Cunning.
I think Blacksmith. Cunning, can he get there in time? He's trying to stop the cap. He gets the Cone of Cold before he gets feared. Nice anti-cap right there.
I mean, Lily's been sticking on this flag, just constantly right-clicking it in bear form, hoping his team can help him out. But I think he really needs to put a bash out on somebody, Pharaoh charge on somebody, do something, and just win this fight before you go for the clicking shenanigans, because they're going to continuously be spinning this flag. Finally, Lily leaves the flag, is going to start healing up, supporting the team. And can the Alliance team fend off this attack from the Horde at the Blacksmith?
It's looking like that is going to be the case right now. No defenders. They pulled their goalie. There's no defense here at the farm. Let's see if the Alliance can capitalize on that situation, or if they're just going to play it very safe, defend these 3. As I mean, we did just hear the 1800 resource bell or flute or whatever that instrument is, whatever that sound is. And that does mean that it's sponsored by Sundrix. They're getting closer and closer to actually closing out this game, just needing 120 more resources, 110, and that's going to go by very quickly. And at this point, no bruvs, panic, desperation has really set in for them to really try to make a play. They basically have to pull all their defense, but this is pretty much an unwinnable situation for them. Once again, we have a situation where the team that was able to pick up Yeah. What do we call this triangle? Is this the silver triangle? Not exactly the
Bermuda
golden triangle, but almost as good.
I think we call this one the Bermuda Triangle.
There
If
you
you
go.
ask me.
They have managed to hold on to the Bermuda Triangle, stables, blacksmith, as well as a mine on the Alliance side. And they were able to defend that really, really well. And they're probably going to be winning this game more than likely. And when we take a look at the scoreboard, what do we kind of expect? Was this? It doesn't really feel like this was a super one-sided game, but that defender's advantage just basically paying dividends for these teams.
Well, I think the
Yeah,
scoreboard's going to show the Alliance have way more killing blows than the Horde do.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, and there it is. Like you mentioned, Rockman, Lions team coming out on top here in terms of the killing blows, and you are gonna see the Horde team get dropped down to the lower bracket, no buffs, a strong roster. I don't know compositionally if that was the strongest comp here, playing the Shadow Priest and the Ret and the triple Night Elves, but I still think that it's a strong team. They have some good individual players, and they could be scary down there. But sponsored by Sundrix, really looking like one of the teams to beat so far. I think they're putting themselves in a great position if they can grab one more win here in the upper bracket. All of a sudden, they're going to be one of the top seeded teams in this tournament.
Well, I think Team No Buvs are starting to realize how good Fear Ward is. Having no Fear Wards whatsoever, every intimidating shout, psychic scream, hard-casted fear is a critical hit on your team, and that was a big critical error not bringing a Fear Ward at all.
Yeah, maybe that's what the name alludes to. No buffs.
Yeah, no Fear Wards.
Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate for them, but they will be going to the round 3 in the upper bracket, which does mean they'll have to wait and see what their next opponent is going to be. It'll either be Ready Raider, one of the teams we thought was potentially one of the favorites, or Iron Horse Brotherhood Pioneer Group. And that'll be an interesting matchup indeed once that one does play out. But unfortunately for No Bubs, they will be going down to the lower bracket. They're not eliminated from the tournament. They do have another chance, so still can battle it back through that lower bracket, try to make it into that top 6. And this is a squad. I mean, you kind of talked about it, Rockman. These guys, if there's any team that can battle out through that lower bracket, it's likely going to be them.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They've got a lot of gamers on their squad, regardless of what their in-game race is.
Yeah, it is. It's just one of those things about Classic, especially I would say priests specifically. Their racial really comes into effect in these battles. For the Horde, they have Tremor Totem, which is super effective against fear. But you kind of mentioned that without that Fear Ward on the side of the Alliance, they are there's no undead. They're not going to be able to use Will of the Forsaken. They're not going to get tremored out of it. They're going to be feared all day long, and it is not a great feeling. Fear is exceptionally powerful in Classic WoW.
And there was a moment in there where Lily actually almost got the Blacksmith cap, but Lily got flash bombed. And if Lily the Druid had a Fear Ward, that was a cap.
There you go. I mean, it's just little moments like that. Yep. Little moments like that, they really kind of compact and add up. Because a lot of the time with how difficult it is to actually assault bases in Classic Arathi Basin, that one moment, if you have the Fear Ward or don't have the Fear Ward, if something breaks early, that could be the difference between winning and losing a game. So definitely interesting to see how all these little plays do add up. But yeah, that was a good one. That was our third matchup of the day. Once again, this is the North America Arathi Basin Classic Fall Conquest weekend. We're trying to determine who is going to be making it into that championship round, that top 6. Very, very precious. And then as kind of an extra bonus to the top 2 teams in this tournament, which we will find out tomorrow, they are going to be getting a bye in that championship bracket. So definitely valuable to be getting that bye. And at this point, do we have any kind of clear favorites? I mean, at the beginning of the day, we did talk about VC as well as Ready Raider, most likely going to be making it into that top 6. But have any of these teams kind of made a case for themselves at this point that you would expect them to make it really, really deep and maybe contest those top 2?
I'm going to go ahead and say no. I'm not convinced yet. I do think sponsored by Sundrix, they've had a I think that was their first like win against like a team with some top tier players on it. So that definitely helps build their case. But I want to really see them. If I can see them, even if they lose to like Ready Raider or VC, and it's a close match, I'd be like, okay, yeah, this could be one of those teams that can surprise us, and you could have a similar story to what we had in EU. But right now, not yet. I'm not convinced.
I also think that the Sundrix, sponsored by Sundrix team, they're using their 2 hunters to defend the bases they already have. Whereas I think those hunters could be way more useful trying to steal a base and sending the hunter to put a frost trap on the res. And by not having that advantage when you're trying to assault a base, can make it very difficult to secure the base and it just continuously be getting spun and you just end up wasting your time pressuring another base.
I mean, okay, I think we have a bit of time here to actually talk. And Rockman, I mean, you're someone that's been around in the classic scene for a really long time, competitive Warsong, Arathi Basin, basically everything. You've seen it all. In these situations we've seen in these last 3 games, what do you think really is the best answer for a team to come back from a kind of a 2-3 deficit? Like, what it is normally how a team actually ends up getting a flag back or a node back?
Well, in a situation like this where you're playing from behind and the enemy team has a rogue, your team has to be constantly saying where that rogue is. And you basically have one guy play goalie that rotates where the rogue is and just constantly harasses that rogue, stops the rogue from ninja capping, while all other 14 players on the team attack something, and you have to win it. And if you don't, it's basically game over. It's an all-in play at that situation.
Do you think the all-in strategy, just kind of assaulting one node, is kind of the way to go?
Right, and you have to assault and have people peel off of the flag to stop the res. Frost traps, freezing traps, novas, polymorphs, psychic screams happen the moment a res goes off so that your teammates can actually cap that base. And that's really what you have to do when you're playing from behind. And if you don't do that, it's game over.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say Zico, we've criticized quite a few players for not doing that so far.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, we just saw even now, Nobabs, that one time when they could have potentially gotten Goldmine, they had, like 7 people clicking the flag, 1 mage jump down, 1 AoE, and, you're back to square zero again. So definitely important to have those rotations unlocked, important to, know how to team fight, and to position a team fight, but also know when you're winning the team fight and when you should start sending people to the graveyards and spreading those around. And that's something we saw. I believe it was Apes, actually. They lost the initial BS fight in one of their games, and then they just regrouped and went back in, and they reclaimed it, peeled off, and stopped people at the res, and then they were able to make it to the finals. So definitely something that we can expect maybe from like VC or Ready Raider, but not something we've been seeing too much of yet. And I feel like you're smiling right now, Ben, because you've noticed that, yes, I did equip a hoodie to match you guys.
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm smiling about. But thank you very much for letting me know. It does look very good on you as well. And I noticed that it looks like you got a fresh haircut also. So you're bringing the fresh hoodie, the fresh haircut, a little artwork on the wall. But the reason I am smiling is that we do have confirmation that our next match is going to be the Iron Horse Brotherhood going up against Ready Raider, and that match will be ready and available after a quick 5-minute break. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Classic Fall Conquest. We do have a match coming up here really, really quickly for y'all. I'm your host, Vinruki, joined by Zico and Rockman. We've gone through 3 games today. Our next matchup, of course, is going to be Iron Horse Brotherhood going up against Ready Raider. We have already kind of hyped up Ready Raider as one of the teams to beat in this tournament. Zico, do you think this is going to be one of those matchups that is a blowout?
Anything under a 5-0 is just a disappointment. It's a disgrace to Faralina and the community that I'm a part of. I'm expecting a 5-0 from Ready Raider. Anything else, and I'm calling Bean.
Yeah, we also do have the bracket here, so we can take a look at it. Go ahead, Rockman.
I was just going to say, I wouldn't count these Netherwind gamers out whatsoever. There's plenty of really good players here that can compete.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you're just taking a look at this bracket as well, just something quickly we really did want to mention. We have a couple of the teams. They've had issues, some of them affected by Hurricane Delta, and they are going to unfortunately have to go down to the lower bracket, but we're going to give them an opportunity to play in the lower bracket tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get to see both Hello and Pug Stompers play, but that does mean VC is going to be moving on to play against Hell Yeah Brother, as well as Hell Yeah Brother is going to be advancing. So hopefully we see more from Hello, as well as Pug Stompers, and we're hoping that both their teams are safe, and anyone affected by Hurricane Delta is safe as well. But yeah, our next matchup, Ready Raider versus Iron Horse Brotherhood, it is going to be ready to go really, really soon. I believe we're actually going to be getting in the game just momentarily, and the winner of that will be going up against Sponsored by Sundrix. And I would say so far the team that has impressed me the most is going to be Sponsored by Sundrix. I mean, we've gotten to see them play twice so far, and they've done a great job, but the gates have opened, and we do have Iron Horse Brotherhood on the Alliance side of the map, and Ready Raider, a lot of familiar names on that team. I mean, we've got Bean, Beckinsale, Bobka, as well as many other, Xane, the Elemental Shaman. We'll see. We'll see what they're going to be able to get done in this one.
Yeah, and Iron Horse Brotherhood is more like looking like the mage class order here. We got 4 mages on that roster, so I'm going to be cheering for them. Sorry, Bobka and company, Ready Raider, but
we see where your priorities lie.
Mages. What can I say, man? It's just that mage life. We are gonna see Bobka here moving towards that GM node here, checking if anything is happening. Is he gonna actually let him get the cap and then sap him and potential ticket, or are they both sitting in stealth? Yeah, so 2 rogues sitting in stealth here, looking for each other at GM. We are gonna see Xane steal the lumber mill here, and it's looking like Faralina is winning that fight over at lumber mill. That means that the blacksmith could be under heavy pressure though from the Alliance side. Let's see if they can win that fight.
Bobka's got his work cut out for him. Whippix goes for the opener. He gets a cheap shot at him. He laps out of it, vanishes and cheap shots Bobka. Bobka does a lap of his own. Lap is living action potion. He blinds Whipmix and he goes for the cap here, and he might actually get this. It's going to be really close. Is Whipmix blind going to break it? It does, but he blinds it back, but the cap happens, and Whipmix is going to go for a cap of his own? I don't see him. There it goes. He had to wait for it to turn over. And Bobka gets polymorphed by Dr. Pep MD, and Whipmix is going to get this cap. A really great play from both of those rogues to use a living action potion to get out of the cheap shot. Bobka goes for a vanish sap, and now it's him versus Dr. Pep, and he blinds Dr. Pep, and he's going to go for a cap of his own, but Dr. Pep ice blocks out of it, and Bobka goes for his last and final vanish.
Yeah, the Bobka...
Yeah. Not too much really left for Bobka to work with in this situation. Tried his best, but now into a full kidney, I feel like there's almost no way he's going to be getting out of this one alive. Big Frostbolt will take him down, but great pressure coming in from Bobka. The Lumber Mill going in favor of the Horde, the Farm going in favor of the Horde, and now this team fight going to end up really mattering here. And I would say both teams relatively even, but a big Chain Lightning lands and drops some of the Alliance. And remember, with no team having this node, there's going to be no reinforcements at this node. So anytime you lose a member, you are just behind for quite some time until they can rotate back from the farm, from the stables. And that is quite a run. So making sure you don't lose anyone in this fight. Very, very important. Omnivore almost getting blown up, but receiving a big heal, getting in D stance and running away in the nick of time will keep Ready Raider in this fight.
Yeah, and we are going to see Iron Horse Brotherhood here trying to swarm this gold mine, but it's looking like Ready Raiders actually going to be the ones taking it, and Xane and Bean just evaporate a push there on Lumbermill, but it's all about this fight here at Blacksmith. Whoever gets this node has a very high chance of actually being able to win the entire fight. Bobka is going to make his way down here for the Rogue 1v1 here against Whip mix, and we're gonna have Siraf here waiting in the wings. Bobka can see him, so he's not gonna go for any openers here. In fact, Bobka might actually want to run away a little bit. He takes this movement speed, but he gets sapped on it, and that is devastation here as he is up against a mage and a rogue. All too familiar situation, but his sap breaks early. Bobka can he get the restuff? He doesn't have advantage yet, I don't think, from that previous push. He's chasing after this mage. Pretty sure if he had some way of getting out of this Nova, he would use it. There's the evasion coming out from Bobka. He's looking for damage, but he is going to be erased here, and the Alliance squad is going to be able to hold on to the gold mine. The Horde squad is going to take the Blacksmith, and now while they have the golden triangle, not the Bermuda triangle, just the golden triangle here, which is even better actually, on the team of Red Raider.
So after winning that fight, Zetox and Shadex actually slow fall down from Lumbermill to clean up Blacksmith and secure the fight. And right now they are peeling the Alliance that are trying to rotate over to Lumbermill and fight for it. Shadex and Zetox are doing an absolute fantastic job of peeling the Alliance players so that they cannot rotate and take a flag. And they're going to hold these 3 bases, and it's going to be very difficult for this Netherwing team to get one of these bases from the Horde.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, at this point, the Horde, they're looking good. They got the golden triangle, as you like to call it. And we actually have Bobka waiting in the wings as well. He's going to be going to assault the mine, and we'll see if he can make anything happen there. And once again, it's really, really intelligent for the team that's winning to still send a little bit of an offense, keep the enemy team honest, making sure they have defenders that are paying attention. Bobka actually just going for a cap. Whip mix going for the sap. Okay, so the 1v1 with these 2 rogues once again, and now the Alliance have to worry. Okay, do we have faith that Whip mix is going to win this 1v1? Do I have to send someone over to the mine? And every person that they sends over to the mine to help against Bobka, unfortunately, the Rocket Helm does come in from Bobka, and looking like he will be able to pick up this flag. And the rotations just unfortunately were not quick enough. And now Iron Horse Brotherhood, they're going to have to waste time going and dealing with this Bobka threat.
Oh, but look at the flag. It's turning over, so we can't click it just yet. We have a couple of more Alliance members here coming in for Bobka, and there's the sap onto Bobka. He is not going to be able to hold this base. It's going to get defended here. Unfortunately for Bobka here and the squad of Ready Raider. Nice defense there coming out of the Alliance side. Bobka now is going to get erased in a sheep shot. And I think that was a sheep shot Soulfire right there. So Bobka definitely taking big damage right there. And it looks like the Alliance is sending in a big push here from the Iron Horse Brotherhood, trying to take over this Blacksmith here. But I don't know, with the Horde having the graveyard, if they're going to be able to do it. There's a lot of people swarming in from all sides here, from Lumbermill, a couple people from Farm. Bobka is still annoying people here at Goldmine, so they can never get the numbers edge. Bobka just playing it out beautifully here, just going with persistency for this base, and Vishy here, he's done a pretty good job of defending as well. But I got to be honest, Vishy, he's had to call in some members from his team to come and back him up, which you should as the defender anyway. But I feel like, especially in the start, if that mage wasn't there, I think Bobka would have been able to take this base. And now Bobka somehow finds Vishy here, waiting on the roof here, just completely reads his positioning. And look at that one fatty evis there from Bobka. He's going to do the same damage as that Soulfire from earlier. And Bobka didn't loot the corpse, though. So now I don't know if he can actually steal the base here. Bit of a misplay there from Bobka for sure.
Well, I think it's definitely hard as a rogue versus a warlock with the Fell Hunter and solo capping, but Bobka's definitely doing a really good job here. He's forcing rotations. Here comes Zava, thinking about going over, but also rotating back towards stables. He's having to make the decision if he wants to commit to it, but Bobka opens on Vishy into a kidney shot, and he gets a Thunder Fury proc on top of it, into a grenade, into an auto to finish him. And now Zava is going to commit, and he's going to stop Bobka from getting this cap, but he's going to wait. I'm not sure what he's doing here. He's taking his time. He's waiting to see if Bobka's actually going to go for the cap, and he does. And here comes Zava going for the charge. into a another living action potion. Bobka's got a whole bag full of them into a blind, into a cap. And I think Bobka might actually get this flag, and Vishy just rezzed.
Yeah, and Vishy, the Warrior's in battle stance, so he could potentially gouge him here. Bobka not gonna get enough time there to get the stealth off. Warlock coming out there. There's a Shadow Reflector by Bobka, but it's against the Destro Warlock. He's taking huge damage there from the Searing Pains. Bobka bringing out the gun here to try to spin the flag one last time there. Unfortunately for him, not gonna be enough. But this is what we were talking about, Rockman. It's making them send more people to deal with whoever is defending there. That's exactly what you want to be doing. A big warrior that could be in the team fight. I don't know, popping wreck, having a good time on the healers, forced to just go back and deal with this pesky rogue again.
Yeah, and there's a massive fight going on at farm right now, but the Alliance are losing this fight because they are down in numbers. When you have Bobka harassing a node like that, you force a 13 versus 14 across the rest of the map, and the Alliance are definitely paying for it. They're peeling off of farm. They're not going to get this cap. Trickster just harassing there with a big fatty mana burn as people are running away.
Ooh, let's see. Looks like, once again, the Horde, they're looking in a good position. We have two members of the Horde actually kind of positioned between the stables and between the mine right now. So they can do. Bobka just being so annoying in this match, constantly forcing people to come back. And if you're Vishy, not exactly the happiest of camper in this specific situation, just getting taken down by Bobka over and over and over. But really not too much that he can do in this situation. Let's see what Bobka is going to be able to get done. Moving forward, potentially looking to make a play here, maybe just going for the cap, and maybe just buying a little bit of time for his cooldowns so he can end up winning this 1v1 quite nicely. We have a few members who are actually breaking off to the lumber mill from the Alliance side. Iron Horse Brotherhood trying to make a play there. Two-pronged assault, gathering up a big force to hit the blacksmith, as well as sending just a few members over to the lumber mill to kind of figure out what's going on there, and maybe they can get a quick and easy cap there.
Yeah, and let's see if they can do just that. Once again, the Alliance team trying to group up here, trying to go for a push on Blacksmith, but the triangle is extremely hard to kind of break here. It's just a thing that seems to be present in World of Warcraft in all stages. We got the wizard triangles in BFA, and here in Classic we get the Bermuda triangles and the regular triangles here. And we got Exane now actually getting polymorphed up here. Two polys here. Bean, do they have a poly for Bean as well? And his pet maybe? They have 4 mages. No, they have a rocket out for Bean. Farm Boy's going for the ninja here. Can he get it? The pets are coming in. Bean actually breaks out of that mind control cap, and he is able to harass him down. Triple CC attempt to try to cap it. And the funny thing is, in Classic, things like that definitely can work, just because a full DR poly can be like 50 seconds. So if you're lucky and you have enough mages, anything is possible. This time around, though, it is going to be Ready Raider defending the base. Exane is going to be taking down one of those mages with him. Before he goes down, Bean very far away in the back line here, just doing Bean things here. And of course, his little kitty cat Snickers coming in and finishing off some members here in Lumbermill as well.
While all of that was taking place, Zetox actually rotated over to Goldmine to support Bobka, and they have successfully capped this flag, and I think it's going to turn over very shortly. And a small Alliance squad is roaming over towards Goldmine, and they're going to try to fight for this flag back, but they have to cap it in like literally the next 30 seconds, or else it's going to turn over, and then they're going to have to defend it for much longer. But Top Gun jumps down, blinks forward, is trying to knock the rogue out. Vishy gets sapped in the back, and here comes Cyrith flying in. He's got perception popped. He's going for the cap. Zetox Rocket Helm's Top Gun. He gets polymorphed. Now it's just Bobka. Here comes Dookie to polymorph as well to do some backup. And Bobka blinds Whip Mix, and he switches over to the Warlock. He opens with a cheap shot. He gets a Thunder Fury proc. And Zetox is getting Nova'd in the back. He can't move. He's stuck there. No free action potion available to him. And here comes Zava and Eskimo. A huge Alliance push. They're actually going to fight for this base back, but doing so leaves their other bases vulnerable right now.
Yeah, but it looks like they will be able to get back the mine, which is definitely a position they want to be in. But unfortunately, at this point, can they stop him? They just need a little bit more damage, Veshi. Oh, he managed to actually get it the last second. Zetox is heartbroken right now. He charged over at the exact same time that the flag got capped and all that work. It wasn't for nothing, actually, but they need to be careful Lumbermill doesn't get taken. Lumbermill, point of contention right now, but the defense right now coming in from Bean, from Exane, all these Horde players, Beckinsale, it is looking really, really strong. Lumbermill is looking durable. The Alliance peeling off from mine, and they're actually looking to make a push here. Potentially, let's see, are they going to cross the water and go to Blacksmith? Are they going to go to Farm? I feel like either one of those two positions. Look at the Horde side of the map. They have troops ready to rotate, and they're looking good in terms of defense at this point in the game. And I expect Bobka. I mean, we did see the Bobka cam there to continue to make these pushes on the mine to just be as annoying as possible. But it looks like it is going to be the pumpkin patch. It is going to be Farm that the Alliance decided to go after. Let's see what they can do in this fight.
We got Zava charging in. Dookie looking for the crowd control. He realizes he's surrounded by a lot of blue members here on the farm. This farm is definitely going to be guarded by all kinds of members here. He's going to use the ice block right there to break out of the crowd control. He's going to get the Nova, the Cone of Cold here. There's 4 people here around the house here. Scarborough is here now, and Trickster, as well as Danny, baby. They're not going to have a single healer here with them on the Horde side, but they do have plenty of damage. They got a couple of hybrids as well. Shaddix needs to be careful. He's not going to be able to get that many heals. Trickster in the back line on that, I don't know, actually, no. He's usually a Shadow Priest, and one of the best at that. But he might actually be a healer here. I didn't quite see his spec there, Trickster. So he's going to have some heals potentially here, at least for them, regardless. And the Horde team of Red Raider is going to be able to defend the farm. And now Omnivore looking to get some action going here in the Blacksmith, trying to defend that. And this is exactly where you want to be as the Horde team. You defend farm, you rotate up to Blacksmith. You defend Blacksmith, you can rotate to Lumbermill. You have that golden triangle that you can just defend with very little kind of distance between the nodes.
Trickster and I think all priests on the Horde team, Ready Raider, are all PI, power infusion for that big fatty shaman damage at Blacksmith. They all PI their shamans. I'm sure they have a macro or a weak aura to auto PI their shamans for massive damage.
Bobka Cam, let's go.
Oh, he gets feared. Oh, trinkets. She gets out of the mind control. Bobka moving forward. He gets the nade. But there is Alliance reinforcements coming. But once again, Bobka doing his job, being as annoying, attacking this base, using all the gadgets and gizmos and potions and consumables that he possibly can to really give himself an edge in the situation of forcing multiple team members to rotate back from the Alliance. And that's something we're going to be likely seeing the entire game. The defense looking unbreakable here for the side of Ready Raider, looking really, really solid in this game. And I feel like although it's, for the most part, just been a 3-2, this has been pretty one-sided in terms of killing blows. The team fight's going completely in favor of the Horde side so far in this game. And Iron Horse Brotherhood is really struggling to stay afloat. I mean, they're getting to the point where they're going to need 4 bases, not just 3, to be able to win this game. So it is really, really close. Bop goes for the sap. He blinds the Blueberry as well. That Void Walker and that crowd control is going to allow Bob enough time to actually pick it up. And at the last second, he manages to grab it. Now, once again, the Alliance are saying, okay, we got to send more people down to the mine, and they have to deal with this threat. Otherwise, they're going to continue to fall further and further behind. And Bobka, if he just opened on the priest, he might be able to take him down.
Yeah, that priest
he's
nearly
picking up
broke
berserking.
his legs. He nearly broke his legs jumping down right there. And Bobka finding himself kind of behind enemy lines, so to speak. There's no Bobka cam yet, but our production team is working on it, on getting that for you. Vishy's going for the cap. There's a lot of AoE here. Bobka, what are you going to do? He's going for the long-range Kobe Knight here. He's going to go for the restuff around the box. There's no way he actually gets this. He goes for the Shadow Reflector. He goes in, and here we go. A hero's death. Bobka going to get feared up. There is no way that base is not going to get kept. Does he have a soul stone? No.
Look how many people rotated. They have like 8 people.
Zetox is here. He's actually jumping down. He's going to spin the flag, keep it alive for a few more
It turned
seconds.
over. It's a Horde base now.
People. Dookie. Dookie coming in. They're just sending one at a time to defend these flags and just spin it as long as possible. And now that it is a Horde base, let's see if they can do it one more time. Bobcat, look at him. He's spinning. He's doing 360s. Can they do it? Throw a nade? Do anything? If they can hold on just a little bit longer. This is the point in the game where, as Iron Horse Brotherhood, you are so sad. They have 4 bases, resources going in favor of Ready Raider even more. And this is just looking like an absolute nightmare. They've committed so much defense. They're falling further and further behind. And this game is looking like it is close to being over.
That is heartbreaking for sure. That is not what you want to see. And look, they got the res and they're going to do it again. The Alliance cannot get this base. 4-1 this is way too long that they've had this 4th base. And the Alliance team, Iron Horse Brotherhood group, pretty much have to get a 5 cap here to turn this game around.
Yeah, and as long as they keep spinning this flag, any second that they can buy is just basically worth itself in tenfold. And now finally they are going to assault the base here. But look how many Alliance players. I mean, even when you're an Alliance player here in this situation and you win the base, trust me, you don't feel like a winner. You have to send your entire team there because Bobka decided, you know what, I'm going to sap the luck, blind as pet, cap the base, and then Z-Talk decided to go in at the very last second, charge, stop the flag from getting capped, and then the next rotation with Dookie came in, and just like this almost perfect flow of one person going into the meat grinder, getting one AoE off, and then dying. Really worked out well in favor of Ready Raider. And I mean, this game was looking like theirs anyway, but that just kind of accelerated the game and put so much more pressure now on the Iron Horse Brotherhood here that they're basically going to need to get a 5 cap here. And at this point, you can't afford to leave multiple members to defend GM. So if you're Bobka at this point, it's time to whip out the Bobka cam and look for those 1v1s. We get the Warlock. He fails his jump here. We got Bobka and Z-Tox. 2 of the hungriest melees here. Omfarlina Zitox charges in with the disarm here. And now Bobka blinds up the warrior, and he's going to go for the warlock here. Where is the coil? Nice fear here coming out from Zitox. Berserker Rage coming out from Zaba. Big double fear here from Zaba. They're looking to try to take down Zitox, which is not the target you would expect considering he is one tanky warrior. Zitox does take down the enemy warlock, and now Bobka going for the kidney shot here. Zitox already looking to potentially cap here. Bobka holding the kidney shot for when he clicks the flag, and now there's the kidney shot. He gets trinketed out here by the enemy warrior. Zava gets the nade here onto Zitox. Blind proc from the Cthulhu axe, and all of a sudden Zava is going to survive. Zitox definitely wishing that he helped Bobka out a little bit sooner there with that play, but I mean, let's be honest, it doesn't matter. They wanted just to add insult to injury to the Iron Horse Brotherhood, who are about to lose this game any second now, gentlemen.
Zetox, you got to get a weapon chain on your weapon, brother. You can't get disarmed right there. He's got a Crusader on that High Warlord sword, but man, getting disarmed is the last thing that you want to happen in a gold mine fight like that in a 2v2. He let his rogue down, and Bobka paid his life for it.
I feel like Bobka's pretty. I feel like they're both pretty happy with the result at the end of it all. I mean, 1990, 10 resources left, and it does look like the Horde. You can see it. I mean, just look at the scoreboard. It was an absolute blowout. They were able to hold on to 3 bases pretty much the entire game, even picking up 4 at some moments. And Ready Raider really making a case for themselves that they are one of the top contenders in this tournament. They will be moving forward through that upper bracket. And then we are going to, of course, have Iron Horse Brotherhood down in the lower bracket. And we'll get to see them play at a later time. But yeah, really, really nice game coming in from Ready Raider.
Yeah, this was, I mean, I said anything except the 5-0 is a disappointment and it's a disgrace to the Fairlina community. But obviously, I was just joking around. Stellar performance here from the squad at Ready Raider. And I mean, this is a packed team here. You got multiple people who've won community tournaments in here, multiple people who have done extremely well and gotten really far, maybe even been the best at their class in a lot of these dueling competitions and things like that. generally known people on Farlina, people who got their rank 14 gear. I mean, some of the players on this team, I mean, not mentioning any particular members here that play Druid, and they just happen to have all of the best cloth gear from AQ, so I would definitely not want to be a mage in Reveries guild, in that guild, but yeah. Geared out of their minds, and just they got the skill to back it up as well.
Yeah, a lot of these players were a part of the CLC and Friends team, so they're not familiar at all to high level PvP. I think they got second place in the Classic Summer Bowl, so they're very well suited to go far in this tournament.
I think it really is going to be shaping up to be a battle of Faralina Alliance versus Horde, and I for one cannot wait for that. And we'll have to see. We haven't yet seen VC play yet, so I'm curious to see. I haven't really taken a look at what composition they're going to be running, but do you think, Rockman, it's going to be something similar to what we did see Apes run, where there's not going to be many rogues on the team? It's going to be more focused on hunters, or do you think they're going to have more of like a well balanced? So why is that? Why do we see that?
Why you see a bunch of hunters is because hunters are so good for two reasons in Arathi Basin as Alliance. You don't have shamans. It's because you don't have shamans. It's either warlock or hunter that's going to be bringing the range damage, and a hunter in AQ gear with the Renataki's trinket, they can just blow someone up in a big aim shot. And that's what the hunters want to do, is they want to line up their aim shots and just delete people at blacksmith to fight for the blacksmith node. And then on top of that, hunters are really good because they can put the frost trap down on the graveyard, on the spirit healer. So as soon as people res, they're slowed down, and maybe an entrapment procs on top of it. And it's just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, so lots of great utility coming in from the hunter, but of course losing out on some. I think they actually don't have a rogue. So yeah, once again, they ended up. I mean, when we did see in Europe, I have to say it was the team that had the rogue that ended up winning. Maybe it was a bit of an unconventional game or what, but it was those ninja caps that ended up allowing them to win that. So definitely curious to see how that does play out. But you're absolutely right. The hunter brings in a lot of utility in the fight and a lot of damage. And these hunters coming in from VC are going to be really, really scary to deal with. But I think that actually will be our next game. Just going to get confirmation here in a little bit. But yeah, so we do have that as our next game. We are going to be able to see VC. They will be playing up against Hell Yeah Brother. And Ready Raider is going to get a chance to see. Actually, no, we have Ready Raider and sponsored by Sundrix. They'll be playing against each other in the round 3 of the upper bracket. And the winner of these games, so whoever wins between Hell Yeah Brother and VC, or Ready Raider and sponsored by Sundrix, they're going to be making it to the winners finals. So definitely advancing through this tournament really, really quickly. And that is a great position to be in, because I think, I could be wrong, actually I'm pretty sure I'm right, but if you win this matchup in round 3 winners and you make it to the upper finals, you pretty much guarantee yourself in that top 6. So this could be the qualifications for these teams.
Yeah,
I think you're right
that I'm
about
correct.
That. Yeah, you are.
All right, so qualification on the line here already. VC, have they actually played? Did both of their games result in a bye? I do believe that's been the case for VC. So they've been kind of lucky so far in this tournament, but now they're finally going to be put into the test here. And I mean, they're up against Hell Yeah Brother, a team that has looked phenomenal so far in this tournament. I'm excited to see, is it going to work out with this kind of similar composition to what Apes were running here? We see, Captain, Fearwind, and JFat, some of the best hunters on Farlina after being going up here with that 3 hunter, 3 warrior comp, maybe even 4, no rogues. So all about team fighting and just holding your bases.
Yeah, I think these hunters are definitely the players you want to watch in this match. I think Captain will probably be holding down stables, and you're going to see probably a lot of good Kekken Wreck versus Captain fights at stables. I'll be excited to watch these fights for sure. But we have the big blacksmith fight coming, and I wonder what Slippery's planning here for his Alliance team. There's so many shamans and so many PIs already out. It is a scary proposition to run into this.
See what Kekenrek does. He's going to be jumping down and potentially taking that 1v1, revealing his position. He took fall damage. No! And now it is very obvious that he is going to be there. Maybe not being seen, though. We'll have to see. Actually, we have some rotation coming in from the stables at this point. So I think he was seen. He's revealed his position. And now Vampire Clan, they're going to be able to reinforce the mine and basically not allow Keck to actually pick up this, or Keck and Rex to actually pick this up. So a big battle going on at the Blacksmith. At the same time, we have a bit of a battle here at the Lumbermill. It's looking like it is going in favor of the Horde. Are you going to be dropping down? Runic unfortunately caught into the trap, not able to get it out. And it looks like the Horde are actually going to be able to pick up the second part of that golden triangle. They're going to be able to pick up the Lumbermill more than likely. And if they can get the Lumbermill and they can win the Blacksmith fight, then all of a sudden, hell yeah, bro, it's looking good in this game.
Yeah, it's looking good so far. Kick and Wreck doing what he can here, defending against the two players here, Captain as well as Yes Master. Now, Yes Master gonna dispel Captain with that Abolished Blind, and he gets the nade from downtown. Kick and Wreck, what an excellent job defending against essentially three players when you add in that Pat on that GM, but it is going to go in favor of VC. They did send that Druid Hunter there, and they are able to take it. And on the Horde side, it looks like they are maybe taking this node right here. Doesn't look like it. Crime is going to get the res there, but he is going to be taken down equally fast. And now Rocket Helm coming out on Zonya. I feel like it might be a bit of a waste. No, Runic actually has the backup coming in the wings here, so that was a great Rocket Helm. Zonya is going to be stuck in that one. Soryu and OG now entering the fight here. Let's see what they can get done here. Zonya is now going to come out of that Rocket Helmet, start powering out the heals. OG taking dangerous damage here, going to be forced into the ice block here. Soryu looking to power up on that Night Elf male warrior, but he's taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful. Runic trying to keep him alive here, but he does get taken down there by Razor, and Zonya actually claims the Lumbermill. OG not gonna be making it there fast enough. OMG.
He Rocket Helms Zonya there, but he pays his life for that Rocket Helm, and I don't know if the Rocket Helm was the play there. He was maybe just a last desperate attempt to get something done, but yeah, that Rocket Helm is going to fall off here, and Crime is all alone. He's going to go down, and he's on a separate res timer. And I wonder what's going on at Blacksmith. This is kind of a do or die situation here. If the Horde can secure this Blacksmith cap and defends up on this golden triangle, it could be an uphill battle for this Alliance team, VC, to come back in this.
I mean, there really is no question about it. They have to hold on. This is a really scary situation for them to be in. But now that the Lumbermill has been picked up by the Horde, they're going to be able to send even more reinforcements here into this Blacksmith fight. Flag trying to be picked up right now. Big fear coming in by the Priest, and Chain Lightning's once again dropping in. Crime going to be coming to reinforce with JFAT. Lots of Alliance spawning and trying to get back to the Blacksmith as soon as possible. But keep in mind, like we said, there is no one currently in control of Blacksmith. And that does mean that if you lose a member, it's going to be a long run back. And if you can get multiple picks in a fight, you really do have a big advantage. So you have to be super careful, not overextend, not group up and get AoE down, because if that happens, it's a slow trickle back. And VC is actually, they're looking pretty good in this fight, although they did just lose a few members. This fight is actually really back and forth right now. This is super interesting.
Yeah, this Blacksmith fight here is basically what's going to be deciding the entire game at this point. Both teams, like you mentioned, have two bases here, and no graveyards here means that this is a fight that's going to come down to who plays it better. Fearwind sitting there nice and safe on long distance, just poking people out. Now finally is going to take some damage here from a Fire Mage. Big damage coming in on Fearwind. If they can take down these Hunters, that's a high value target to take down there. Zonya now a healer as well is going to go down, but so is the Mage. Big damage coming in here. Soryu trying to do what he can here, trying to make something happen in the backline, but he is getting clotheslined as well. Nice CCs coming out here on the healers. Poker is going to be sitting through that counterspell. Crime pumping out frostbolts with that mind quickening gem, and it's looking like VC actually are taking control over the fight slowly here, but more Horde members trickling in from the sides. And this fight, I mean, I feel like it's going to be going on for a while before anybody wins this. Both teams very evenly matched right here.
Yeah, this is a insane battle, back and forth, killing blows on both sides, long walks back. They keep getting support coming in, and I think this battle is going to go on for quite some time. Meanwhile, though, Poker is doing what he can. He's casting heals out on his teammates. There's just so much chaos going on here. Polymorphs coming out on sweaty fingers. This is an opportunity with this priest CC that they can get some kills because there's going to be no heals. A sapper charge on top of the flag brings down multiple horde members, and this might be an opportunity for Vampire Clan. If they can keep this priest CC'd and continue to kill these players, they might get this flag.
Yeah, it's looking like that is going to be the case. Let's see OG moving forward with Crime as well, getting the crowd control out and trying to cut off those reinforcements. Really like that play coming in from these mages. Lots of Horde have been spawned over at the Lumber Mill. If they can do kind of an aerial assault, you can see they're all jumping down. They need to just spin the flag a little bit longer. VC, they're trying to cap it, but a lot of reinforcements from the Horde are going to be able to land, and if they can keep them off the flag, it's going to be big for their team. Now looking for a big chain lightning. Nifty Shocky goes for a lightning bolt. If they can get a killing blow, that's going to be massive. A bit devastating, honestly, from VC. Really hard to cut off the reinforcements coming in from the sky. That aerial drop from the Horde is going to allow them to continue to stay in this fight.
And here comes 3-4 more of them.
Yeah, more people trickling in. I want to see Kekken Wrecked on the sides here somewhere. I don't know where he is right now, but I would love it if Kekken Wrecked actually went and attacked Stables or attacked Goldmine. I think this is one of those players that's been big for the side of hell yeah, brother. And I think he can continue to pull more vampires away from this midfield fight. And to the side notes, this is like this fight that's never ending in a blacksmith is literally every rogue's dream. If you look at both sides, there is always just one person really defending. You can see one is moving in from the Horde side to join the fight, and then you got one player on Lumber Mill, one player on Farm. Same thing for Alliance, just a player now rezzing at the Stables, but aside from that, one Stables defender and one Goldmine defender. I think the Goldmine defender is actually leaving. Are they pulling the goalie already here? Maybe not. Maybe he's just moving around to a different position. A little bit hard to see when you're just looking at the minimap, but of course we want to stay on this epic fight here in Blacksmith. So we're just gonna have to wait and see if any of those rogues decide to make a move there. And did OG get a divine intervention? What is that shield on
OG?
That's divine intervention. He can cancel it in AoE at any moment. Yeah, and he does.
Wow.
Yep.
This is actually a really sick play. So he's able to sit there, he uses Ice Block, then he uses Divine Intervention and just delays the spin, the cap as long as possible, allowing reinforcements to come. But Horde, this is the trickle effect I'm talking about. The Alliance right now, they're just sending in 1-2 at a time, and it is so easy to just get blown up. They're going to be using a lot of sappers and maybe even take down a few of the Horde members. But unfortunately, it looks like VC, they will get dealt with. And now, actually, they're going for an assault on Lumber Mill, and the Horde is going to have to peel back. Looks like they will be getting Blacksmith, but they have to try to get back to Lumber Mill as fast as possible. I mean, if we take a look at the defender, definitely not going to be an easy task. He has to hold on. This rogue going for saps, going for blinds, doing everything he can in order to stay alive. Kekken Wreck doing a great job so far, but he needs to buy more time.
Ooh, Kekken Wreck, can he do it? He gets the sheep shot. He gets the rocket helmet. But he does have backup, so very nice defense here from Kekken Wreck. He's going to have his mage buddy here with him now, as well as that shaman, and they're going to be able to chase these vampires back to the bat cave, I guess. And we're going to see here Kekken Wreck taking a little bit of damage still here, dropping up to about 50%. Activates the evasion, but that means the warrior's just going to be able to spam those overpowers. J-Fat takes a fat chain lightning to the face, and he gets sent to the graveyard. More vampires now trickling in to the Lumber Mill here. They need more Horde reinforcements. Still way too many people at Blacksmith need to make the rotation, and there we go. More people making the rotation there, but some vampires are standing on the bridge between LM and BS trying to cut off the reinforcements here. They know they have the numbers edge. They know they're winning the fight, but that res that just came in there on the Lumber Mill is going to reinforce the Lumber Mill itself. And now the Vampire Clan, they're going to have to beat out, two sets of players essentially because of that res. OG still doing a good job here in midfield, just slowing down reinforcements. But at this point, I don't think it's going to matter. The Horde team is just winning this fight way too decisively, and they have the golden triangle, Rockman. They have it.
Yeah, and Uranus is going to go for the Noggenfogger play, but he gets wanded in a polymorph as he's slow falling down to get away from Lumber Mill because that is a lost cause. And if you aren't aware, Divine Intervention is a 1-hour cooldown, so they threw a lot at that, and it kills the Paladin when it uses it. But OG is going to be doing a little Mage v Mage, Wizard Harry Potter battle at the fork here. Uranus is going to put a Dispel up on him. And they're moving over towards Blacksmith, where Fearwind is trying to fight with his team. Fearwind and Slippery, leaders of the Vampire Clan, trying to fight for this flag so they can get back in this game. But it is still very, very close. Only 600 to 600 on resources, so it's pretty much a tie at this point.
Yeah, a tie in terms of points, but in terms of position on the map and actual bases, right now, hell yeah, brother, they're looking good. And I bet they are saying hell yeah, brother, because honestly, I would have expected VC to be ahead in this one. But at this point in the game, it really still is anyone's game, but it's just so difficult. I don't think that VC is going to win this team fight. I think they need to kind of regather and think of a new strategy, because I think just running as many troops as possible into Blacksmith, it's not going to be working out. The defender's advantage is just so massive, and it's become pretty clear to me, at least, in these team fights, they're pretty evenly matched. So VC, they have to kind of try to outwit their opponents at this point, try to drag people away from Lumbermill, away from farm. But I will say that in this position, with the composition VC has, having no rogues on your team whatsoever, I think it's going to be really difficult for them to actually pull off any sort of surprise attacks.
VC is going to have to win a head-on team fight, send people to the graveyard, and then slow them down. They could also go for, a split where they send some people to attack farm, for example. It looks like that's exactly what they're actually trying to do here. And the Horde team, they are on a DJ hamstring here, really spinning the turntables here as he turns his attention to farm.
Yeah, we've got DJs and MCs out here. It is a hip-hop party in Arathi Basin. And Soryu's getting mind-controlled off of Lumbermill. He charged back up, though. He saved his own life. I can totally dig that play right there.
Yeah, very nice play. That is the worst feeling, I have to say. It is both the best feeling to mind control and throw someone off the ledge, and also save yourself from being mind controlled off. So, definitely a scary situation, but they managed to hold on. And now, actually, VC, they're not looking too bad. They've overwhelmed the Lumbermill, the Horde. They need more members there. They do manage to get a little bit of reinforcements here. Big heals coming in from that Spirit of Redemption. And now we actually have the Horde actually finally sending a member on the offense, going to assault stables while all this teamfight business is going on. But at this point, hell yeah, brother, they need to be really careful here at Lumbermill. This could easily go in favor of VC.
Yeah, and we see Yes Master here. He doesn't want to reveal his positioning. He wants them to potentially take down his healer.
Double rocket
out, but it breaks on the foot. I'm not sure. Maybe he had a shadow.
He has a resto pot going.
Oh, he had a resto pot going, and he dispels it. And now the counter rocket arm on the priest. Yes Master in a 2v1. What are you going to do? I don't think he's going to potentially die here. He's probably just going to run away. Those druids in classic, basically. Just super mobile, very, very fast. He's going to jump down, aquatic form, swim across, travel form, and he is gone. But nice defense coming in there. And now Keck and Rekt looking a little suspect here at the stables, waiting for the captain of this ship to come to stables potentially. What is Captain doing? What is this positioning? Captain is so far off the base. He's got to have his pet in stealth somewhere near the base, and then he's playing it that way. But what if his pet gets found? I'm not sure if Captain is going to be able to make that distance there, but there it is. Right there is the kitty cat. Come back, Kick and Wreck. You missed it. Captain is really far away.
You want as a hunter, you want to be far away, because if the rogue sprints and saps you and that sprint goes for a long 13, 14 seconds, he can cap if you're too close to the base. So Captain popping the boots to get close in range. He's got the pet there to attack him. Keck and Wreck pops a vanish, but he gets knocked out. And there's an MC cap on Captain. Captain is in some trouble here.
Oh, Drexler just rezzed. He is so lucky to get that res off in time, because the pet was flash bombed. Captain was MC capped. That was going to be a cap from Keck and Wreck. And he just invested a 30 minutes cooldown, that mind control cap, to make that happen. I think it's a 30-minute cooldown, right? One of them is 20 minutes and one is 30, right?
Yeah, MC cap is 30, Rocket Helm is 20.
Yeah.
All right, there you are. Big Chain Lightnings once again coming in. The Elemental Shamans paying their weight in gold in these team fights. VC going for it. Once again, going for the Blacksmith. Are they going to be able to get a lot of reinforcements coming in? But a massive respawn. Look at how many members of the Horde just spawned. And the thing is, every single time you die and you spawn, you come back with full mana, which is just a big edge in these team fights, as mana does run out relatively quickly. Healer's healing and mage is doing damage. It's not an endless resource. So when you're in these team fights, you do eventually, your batteries run out. And unfortunately, that's the big downside of not being able to actually get reinforcements in this fight. Once again, we have a rogue going down to the mine to try to just poke and prod there, see if they can get any pressure. Check and wrecked on that rogue from Earth Fury. JFat there on the hunter, though. I mean, we talked about JFat being one of the best hunters on Fairlina on the Alliance side. Let's see how he handles this defense.
Yeah, let's see how JFat can do there. He's going to have to try to deal with this rogue kick and wreck, but JFat gets a fat aim shot, and this fight is already looking like one before it ends. But kick and wreck picks up the rocket boot, or the speed boots there, and he's going to be running away from there. Unfortunately for him, he's got a Hunter's Mark on him, and he is going to banish to remove that Hunter's Mark right there. And now, Keck and Rekt, he's got a tough situation for him. He's got to try to 1v1 these Hunters and try to put pressure on the base so VC pulls more members there. But at the same time, he doesn't have cooldowns. He doesn't have anything to work with. I think at this point, you just go back to the team fight. Maybe you try to defend the base or something, and just make yourself useful in a different way. We do see Yes Master here setting up for the mind controls here. A nice counterspell though on the mind control into the sheep. And now Yes Master in a 2v1 gets blasted by the Elemental Master. He uses the Nature Swiftness, gets impact stunned here. Big damage coming in now from the Frostbolts. And there it is. Yes Master is going to become the Spirit Master. And Cyber Thug, well, he is going to need a hug after this one. Yep, there it is. He's going to be sent to the graveyard, and the golden triangle so far looks unbreakable, even for VC.
There has been nothing but death and destruction at Blacksmith. Drexer was doing a perfect job of sitting on the res, getting Novas, getting Kona Colds out, even throwing a Netomatic projector, the engineering trinket, but it is not enough. This Horde team is holding this base down, and now the Alliance team, Vampire Clan, have to decide what they're going to do. Are they going to continue throwing bodies at Blacksmith, or are they going to rotate somewhere else? And it looks like they're heading over towards Lumbermill, and the Horde team sniffs it out. Hell yeah, brother, sending reinforcements to Lumbermill to shut down Vampire Clan.
Cyberthug getting a big chain lightning. This defense is looking unbreakable at this point. The split strategy coming in from VC, sending some members. They're actually rotating back. They're peeling back to Blacksmith. This is an interesting strategy. They're keeping basically the reinforcements to Blacksmiths locked down. They're going to try to win the fight that way. I like this. They have people on both sides of the lumber mill. The one thing maybe they didn't account for is that the Horde can slow fall down. So if they can get out of combat and they can actually slow fall down, then they might be able to actually reinforce this base. But so far it's looking okay. It looks like Hell Yeah Brother wasn't actually getting completely tricked in that situation, not overcommitting their defense anywhere, and that's exactly what you want to be doing, and so far it's looking good, but still this fight going in favor of VC, getting multiple picks. They might actually be able to cap. Like Semic right now, he's very close. They need to shut him down. Can they actually get the Blacksmith? Is it going to work? They need to get just a little bit closer. Oh, they're capping. Like Semic grabs it. No! And this is an absolute disaster for Hell Yeah Brother. Great job there by VC. I love that strategy. Basically, they sent a few members up to Lumbermill on both sides of Lumbermill, and then used those few members to basically distract and keep reinforcements to Blacksmith locked down at Lumbermill. And they sent an even larger force to Blacksmith, won that fight, and they were able to pick it up. That was a really, really good strategy and puts them in a great spot.
Excellent stuff here coming out of VC. And at this point, they don't have the graveyard just yet, but I think they are going to be able to pick it up. And I don't think the point lead is actually that much in Hell Yeah Brothers' favor for them to win the game with two bases. So Hell Yeah Brother, they're going to need to try to win this base now. They're going to need to try to get a base off of VC. And we have a game on our hands here.
Yeah, it looks like Dipsy of Earth Fury, the Hell Yeah Brother team. They've got a little scuffle going on at Goldmine, and they're going to try to take this from Cyberpug and JFat. JFat puts a freezing trap on Nifty Shocks, goes for the aim shot on Dipsy. Dipsy takes massive, massive damage. Drexler drops down, puts a improved counterspell on him, throws a nade on 1-2 by port, and Mustaro is just standing there trying to cap the flag instead of helping his team, and he did nothing for them. And they're actually going to lose this battle if JFat can get one more aim shot out. A Chain Lightning comes from Nifty Shocks. Mustaro still trying to cap it. Drexler's going to fall here. And JFat's doing what he can to spin the flag, but here comes Poker jumping down. And he took a lot of fall damage there. That's not good. Cyber Thug reses. He's getting damage out. Scatter shot on WT 1-2 by port. A nade comes out from Nifty Shocks. Mustaro going from the Lightning Bolt into a Chain Lightning. And here comes Poker to support his team with a flash of light. And Mustaro's taking a lot of damage. Psychic Scream out from Cyber Thug. Mustaro wing clipped. Chain Lightning almost connects. It does, but he's not able to get the fatty EM crits. And Mustaro's going to die here, and the Alliance are going to defend this base.
Yeah, it looks like the Alliance are looking good in this one. And they are able to defend. Drexler doing a great job getting that AoE down. But I like this two-pronged assault. There's still a bit of an offense here on the side of the Horde, but they are getting dropped. And it looks like the rotations coming in from VC. They now have the Bermuda Triangle. They have Blacksmith, Goldmine, as well as Stables. And let's see. I mean, I expect a team like VC. This is a very well-coordinated team. I think it's likely they're going to have really good rotations in this match. And so far, it's been looking good for them. They still have a little bit of work to catch back up in terms of resources. But if they can hold this 3 bases, I think they're in a very winning position.
Yeah, VC definitely looking like they could potentially close up this point lead. It's all going to be about Keck and Rekt here. I really think if this guy can go and make something happen against one of these Hunters in a 1v1, that could be a ticket back into the game. But for Keck and Rekt, it's not easy because at this point, he's going to be going up against, one of those Hunters defending JFat, Fearwind, their captain, and he's going to have to do it without that mind control cap. So for Keck and Rekt, I don't think he's going to be able to get this base right here. There's actually no way he gets this. This is a Hunter defending a pet, like Samick. Actually, can he blind the pet here as well? There's no way he gets this. He's going to flash bomb the pet. No way he gets this. Oh, he gets the blind as well. But it's a dwarf. Unbelievable. Keck and Rekt, man. This is why you don't go after BS. Even when you play Insane, you don't get the base. It's in the middle of the map. Everyone is always going to just come back and stop you. Sadly, he played a phenomenal play there, but, he used a 20-minute cooldown, which he needed to actually ninja one of the side bases. If he did play like that on Goldmine, I think it would have succeeded, but on Blacksmith, it's just too hard. It's even hard. I mean, look at what VC had to do to even get that base in the first place.
Yeah, and if Uranus's stone form was on cooldown there, that would have been a cap from Keck and Rekt, and that would have been an insane cap, literally a 1v4. But I want to just quickly do like a little zoom out macro view on this whole match so far. I think Vampire Clan really held their own on Blacksmith. It took them so long to get it, but they're fighting against 3 Shamans and 3 PIs as an Alliance team. That is pretty incredible that they were able to finally get Blacksmith off there.
Are VC actually winning this game? Because the entire Horde squad is not attacking anything. They're all just grouped up on their bases.
Maybe they actually
VC are attacking. I think the Horde team might actually win even with 2 bases.
That would be an absolute nightmare for VC. It's going to be a really, really close game. Really, really close game. But I mean, you get the feeling with how both these teams are playing, like the player behavior is Horde is turtling on 2 and VC they're trying to go for 4. So you kind of get the feeling that VC is in a bit of a panic mode right now. They're going to have to try to make something happen. They have 3 players defending. Let's see what happens at farm. It's so close. They need to stop them. Are they actually going to get farm? No way they get farm. Okay, big AoE do come in. That was such a close call. And it's 1,800 resources right now for Horde. Reinforcements coming in. Big AoEs coming in from wanting to buy port. Can you continue to get that AoE? Can you continue to spin the flag? Big chain lightnings flying in. And the problem is when everyone is grouped up and they are going for that fly cap, you are susceptible to nades, sappers, mage AoE, chain lightnings, and the damage becomes a little bit overwhelming. Horde looking like they have the numbers edge here at the farm. It's looking solid for them in terms of defense. And VC, I mean, this is going to be such a close game.
Even if you cap a flag and then lose it, if you can delay their resources just a little bit, it might be enough.
It might be enough, but the time is kind of the essence here for VC. They just need to take one of those bases, like you mentioned, hold it for like a few seconds. Can they do it? It's looking very close here on farm, but they are going to be falling to the AoE. Little Scrappy coming through here. Soryu now charging. Little Scrappy poker gets caught up in the impact stun, and Soryu, he's going to get taken down. Little Scrappy as well, though, in the process. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. Drexler trying to hold the reinforcements once again, and Keck and Rekt knows that they might have pulled the goalie here. JFAT, what are you going to do? This could be the most important duel of the entire game. The game can literally just be decided off of here. He's waiting. He knows JFAT is getting a little antsy. He wants to leave the base, and Keck and Rekt is just letting him do it. But JFAT, I don't know if he has a sixth sense or if he can sense a disturbance in the force or something. He's going to stay and try to hold the base here and just put full faith in his team. But now he's had enough. He knows he's got to go here. And JFAT, oh my God, just don't look in the mirror, man. Don't. There's not a rogue on your base. I promise you that. And there it is, JFAT.
Oh, no.
That is going to be the final nail.
He had no choice, though.
In the coffin. He absolutely had no choice.
Yeah, no choice. Captain Rack will be picking up the mine. Go ahead.
As a hunter, you just hope the rogue TC's there? I mean, that's super unfortunate, but yeah, I think that's game over for sure.
Yeah, and I guess the early calculations of VC picking up the blacksmith, it still just wasn't enough, unfortunately, for them. And the Horde able to hold on for the 3 bases long enough, defend their 2, and then at the end send Keck and Rekt over and pick up the mine just to add insult to injury. That will put them in a dominating position. And at this point, the only way we do see Hell Yeah Brother lose this game is if right now Lumbermill and Farm get taken in the next 20 seconds. So we'll see if that happens. It's looking unlikely, but definitely not impossible, only slightly impossible. And VC, unfortunately for them, they will be going down to the lower bracket. And Hell Yeah Brother, in a surprising turn of events, I mean, I for one did not expect Hell Yeah Brother to be pulling out ahead in this particular matchup. So my hat's off to them. Played a phenomenal game, but I think more so than anything, we saw VC. I mean, you kind of talked about it a little bit, but I think VC, they had really, really good map awareness, good team fight presence, but in those team fights, it was just really difficult for them to overcome all of those shamans, and that's at the end of it all why Hell Yeah Brother was able to kind of secure their lead and take this game.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at the killing blows here as well, it's mostly going to be in favor of the Horde side. You know, you got the 2 vampires here on top, but if you look at the overall team, I would say there's a big lump of Horde players there in the middle, and almost no VC squad members. So definitely look at the team fights were a little bit more in favor of the Horde team. And I think, like we all mentioned, I feel like this game was mostly decided in the start there. That Lumbermill fight that the Horde won was a big factor, I think. And of course, the fact that they were able to slow fall down to the BS after they won that fight on Lumbermill kind of allowed them to also snowball a lead on Blacksmith, and that's gonna be all it takes for Hell Yeah Brother to be our first confirmed team to qualify for championship next weekend.
Yeah, the Blacksmith is the name of the game, and if you can take Lumbermill and Noggenfogger slow down, it is a huge advantage. And Hell Yeah Brother really showing us how it's done, and I think a pretty big upset. Vampire Clan is one of the favorites in the tournament, and they could just not steal that Blacksmith from that Horde team. Those big, massive shamans and their PIs were doing work.
Yeah, definitely. Heavy hitters are those shamans, but that does mean Hell Yeah Brother. With that victory, they do make it into the top 6. I think you did mention that, Zico. So they're going to be looking good, and we will see them next weekend as well. But they still have quite a battle if they want to make it into that top 2. They're going to be moving forward to the round of 4 in the upper bracket, and we'll be waiting to see who their opponent is going to be. And that, of course, will be between Ready Raider and sponsored by Sundrix. Sponsored by Sundrix, they've had 2 games so far today that we've seen them play in. I would say their defense looked incredibly solid, but they're going up against a really difficult squad in Ready Raider. At the beginning of the day, all 3 of us, I think, kind of had VC and Ready Raider as our favorites to potentially win, but some interesting upsets already coming in, and this might be another one of those games where we do see an upset.
Yeah, it definitely could be, but I don't know. I really feel like Hell Yeah Brother. They're looking like a team to beat here. They beat Farm and Flirty in a very convincing match. Now they take down VC. Sure, they got a bye to get here, but this was a really convincing win. I mean, it was a very back and forth game, but definitely convincing statement to make here to be able to take down one of the favorites, send them to the lower bracket, and of course have Ready Raider up against Sponsored by Sundrix, and then whoever wins that potentially to face off against Hell Yeah Brother in the upper final. So bracket could become something like Hell Yeah Brother versus Ready Raider. Ready Raider could end up getting knocked down to the lower bracket, when in the lower bracket they might get a rematch against VC. So tournament is kind of just wide open now.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say, and that is Hell Yeah Brother. That was a good game.
And that was a good way to say their team name. Finally.
I'm going to sneak it in, don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from, by the way, Rockman?
I'm from Dallas, Texas. So I can pull on the K-Kona flavor if I want to.
Oh, well, you've been holding back, man. I love that.
He's been holding back, just picking his right moment to strike. But yeah, it's been a pleasure having you on the desk with us, Rockman, having kind of your classic expertise. And, you have a lot of experience in these things. So it's been a lot of fun. Now, I think a lot of people are probably interested, like looking at that game. What do you think was the big deciding factor for why VC ended up losing? And what would you like to see from them in the future? I mean, if that matchup was to play out again?
Well, I think Vampire Clan committed a lot to the blacksmith fight, and they committed a lot of time trying to fight for it. It was literally back and forth for what felt like 20 straight minutes. And by the time they finally won it, the Horde team did the mathematics, and they realized, hey, we're gonna win anyway. So I think if I'm Vampire Clan, I'm in that situation. If I'm Slippery leading that team, I say, look, we can only commit to this blacksmith fight for so long against a big fat Horde team with massive shamans. We have to peel off and go with something else. And I really like their little pincer attack lumber mill fake out, the double fake to steal blacksmith. Yeah. I think they could have tried that earlier. Maybe they'll do that later in the series. They'll try something different.
Yeah, I mean, definitely excited to see what kind of tricks they have. It's a similar story in Europe with Apes. I mean, the team you kind of would expect to win ended up not winning. And I think for me, in Europe, it's going to be interesting to see how Apes can kind of battle back from that situation. In North America, kind of the same thing. VC is going to be able to kind of hang on in the lower bracket and battle their way back in through the lower bracket into the grand finals and potentially win this qualifier stage, or at least get the bye in that top two. It would be a big win for them. But this next matchup we do have is, of course, going to be sponsored by Sundrix versus Ready Raider. And for Ready Raider, I mean, they looked really dominant in their match against Iron Horse Brotherhood. Really, really convincing win. Their team fighting looked good. Having kind of Bobka go off and put a lot of pressure on the mind side of things for the majority of the game. Do you think against a team like sponsored by Sundrix, who we've seen have a really, really solid defense, do you think Ready Raider is just kind of going to walk over this team? Or what would you like to see? I guess a better question is, Rockman, what would you like to see sponsored by Sundrix do to try to pull off a win here against Ready Raider? Like, what do you think is going to be the keys to victory?
I mean, you saw Bobka doing so much work in Goldmine. I think if Sundrix team sponsored by Sundrix, if they can put a big Chad over in Goldmine that can just man up against Bobka and not have to commit resources to stopping the onslaught from Bobka, or even better yet, they could just give Goldmine to Bobka and put resources elsewhere. I think if Bobka is able to harass too much at Goldmine, it can be a big problem for this team.
Yeah, that is an interesting thought. Just kind of, if Bobka's going to be so annoying in that position, it does kind of feel bad to just like give up on that node, but maybe it is worth it. And you can have the numbers at edge somewhere else on the map. Have an extra attacker at blacksmith, at lumbermill, can kind of turn the tide of the battle in your way, I guess. And we do have the game ready, so we'll be jumping into that really, really soon. And this is one that I am really excited about. This is the round 3 in the upper bracket. The winner of this match will be earning their qualifications to that championship bracket next weekend. And in addition to that, moving into the upper bracket finals to battle it out against Hell Yeah Brother for their spot in the grand final. So lots on the line in this game. We have the Horde Ready Raider squad going up against sponsored by Sundrix, representing the Alliance. And I think this is going to be a really explosive match.
Yeah, this is going to be the match. So you said sponsored by Sundrix, starting to make a case for themselves, potentially being one of the dark horses here in the tournament. Well, Ready Raider is a fantastic team to prove how good you are against. So we're going to see if sponsored by Sundrix can take this, then all of a sudden, I think they could be one of the favorites to, potentially grab one of those top 2 spots here for sure. We're going to see if they can do it. Ready Raider, they just came off of a very convincing win against a very strong team from Netherwind. Now they're looking to potentially take down the squad of sponsored by Sundrix. We're going to see if they do it in similar fashion to before. In the previous game, we saw kind of Exane on that LA Shaman and, a little hit squad go with him to Lumber Mill. We saw Bobka go straight for the gold mine, basically being persistent throughout the entire match to do that. And then the rest of the team kind of go for BS. So let's see what strategy they end up doing here. Gates are open.
And this Horde team they've got their eyes set on Blacksmith. They're going to get there a little bit before the Alliance team. They're going to be able to set up, get their PIs out, and these Shamans are going to get casting. And the one I'm following right now is Mr. Exane himself of Team Lightning Fast Pies. Your teammate, and he gets a power word shield, and he's moving in forward. He's going to stand still, and he's going to go for a cast at any moment now. He's getting his totems down. Scarborough gets the Berserking, goes for the Chain Lightning first, gets a Lightning Bolt. Exane's going to follow him up, and they're going to get their first kill at Blacksmith, bringing down Gromar the Warrior.
Bobka might just get dropped very early on at the mine. This would be massive for Mr. Hunter on the side of sponsored by Sundrix. Full blind does come in. Flash bomb on the pet. What is he going to go for? Is he going to go for a full sap?
Sap.
Unfortunately, not able to find it. Oh, the mind control. Nicely done. Bob goes for the vanish into the mind control. And it looks like he should be able to grab this flag. And out of that, I mean, this is still kind of a dangerous situation for Bobka. He's really low on health. I don't think he has many cooldowns left. And this is something definitely we could see this Hunter come back from.
Yeah, Bobka might get scattershot here. He might get scattershot. He has to try to avoid it. He popped the evasion there. He pops the nades and trying to outrange the scattershot. Does he have one more vanish? If he has one more vanish, it could be big. I think he actually did get a clean. No, he did get a clean read, but he had Hunter's Mark on him. It's taken out, and C-Rap here is going to be taking the base back on that gold mine.
Yeah, as a rogue, the one race of Hunter you don't want to go against is a dwarf because they can stone form out of the blind, and C-Rap really showing us how it's done there in the gold mine. But over at Lumber Mill, Farm got ninja'd.
Yeah, Farm is actually right now on side of the Alliance, which is actually a massive blunder here by the side of Ready Raider. Their defense wasn't ready, and Galv's doing a great job on that rogue, pushing in, and let's see what Ready Raider is going to be able to do. At this point, they need to get this base back, but at the same time, they have to kind of focus on this Blacksmith fight. They can't run away from it just yet. It looks like they will be able to win. They brought back a lot of their defenders, but maybe too many defenders. This is great, and we'll see how this Blacksmith fight is looking as well. If they can reclaim the farm, it's going to be massive, but they need to send people to the graveyard, and they're not even looting the corpses. This is a massive mistake. Like, you got to be looting these corpses so people can't body res. And the fact that they're not doing that is going to allow Galvs to come back in the fight and potentially even spin this flag. But he's now in a full trap. So it looks like the Horde side Ready Raider will be able to defend and put themselves back in the game.
Yeah,
the Horde has 0 points, by the way.
Yeah,
not a lot.
I feel like. Well, they are going to start getting some points. They got 10 points now. So I feel like for the Horde, it's all about the Blacksmith. Has the Blacksmith actually been capped yet? I think it's completely unclaimed still. They're looking to potentially send more people there. Now that they finally have gotten their stuff together here at farm, there's going to be a lot of Horde swarming this Blacksmith. There's no way the Alliance team wins this fight. They got people rezzing right now at Gold Mine. A lot of them to add to that. And I mean, as soon as these Horde players come over here to Blacksmith, they should have a big numbers advantage. And if they can, get a few kills of their own before the Alliance start trickling in, then they should have no problem grabbing this base. But the Alliance actually making a move for the farm. No, they're going to change their mind, go back to Blacksmith here, and I mean, every second really matters here. So I think if you're on the Alliance side, you can't be having any second thoughts here. And look at Bobka already making his way immediately to that gold mine to try to take the base. It looks like Exane is going to be zapping some of these people here on Blacksmith as well. And it looks like Ready Raider are ready to steal this base here. Alliance basically going to have a slow death here of just walking in and stopping the flag from being capped. I think ultimately, with the way players are positioned and with the fact that the lumber mill to blacksmith, the kind of corpse run is much, much shorter than the one from like stables or GM, I think that's just going to allow the Horde to eventually get this base if they're persistent enough.
Blackberry might be able to get this cap here, but oh my gosh, the mage came in, Milena, and it did a arcane explosion to slow it down, but I think the Horde are going to take it anyway. And finally, the Horde have claimed Blacksmith. Oh my god, the long range nade, but it batches. The nade hit 8 Horde members there.
I'm going to be honest. When I see that, I get a little bit like, I don't like it. I just how do you have 8 people capping the flag? Like, there's got to be something better you can do than have all 8 of you just grouped up to get naded like that. Like, go send someone to get crowd control, stop the reinforcements, do something. Every time I see that, it makes me very, very sad. So I would definitely not like to see that again. And I think those players are better used kind of rotating around and stopping reinforcements, just something. But we've seen it just time and time again today.
Yeah, and we're
the last thing we want is for Venruki to be sad. So please, teams, don't do that.
Come on, guys. We're expecting high quality World of Warcraft here. None of this 8 people capping a flag. And we have a 1 versus 1 here. Bobka versus C-Rap. C-Rap gets the scatter, but no T-Rap. And now Bobka takes the leaf there, going in here for the big damage. No Abyss is available, though, because C-Rap has that free active right now. Bobka trying to make his way there, trying to get some... Why is he taking 0 damage? Does he have a Blessing of Protection up, or what was that?
He used deterrence. He used deterrence and aspect of the monkey. He's dodging and parrying everything.
All right. So C-Rap definitely dodging, ducking, and weaving, and now Scatter should be off cooldown here for Bobka. He knows he's trying to dodge the trap. He's trying to dead zone him, trying to throw out the nade, but there is the concussive proc, and nicely done there with the deterrence and the aspect of the monkey, basically giving him evasion right there.
Yeah, that's one of the last things you want to run into is a deterrence and aspect of the monkey going while you're pumping all of your cooldowns into him, and the worst feeling is when a kidney shot gets dodged. But we've got a huge fight going on at Lumber Mill. The Alliance team throwing bodies at it. Oh yeah, a lot of experience against Bean doing that against me, by the way. And it looks like the Horde are going to clean up Lumber Mill, and they might be able to hold on to this this defense here. Law QQ going for a mind control on SRB, and he's going to throw him off the side. Oh, no. And he dies to fall, damn it. Oh, he slow falls just in time. Very well played.
Slow falls to save himself. You have reinforcements coming in. There's a big push here from the Alliance at Blacksmith. What is the Alliance reinforcements going to do? You can see they're at a crossroad right now. Literally, where are they going to go? Are they going to be going to farm? Are they going to be going to the Blacksmith? It looks like they're going to be actually pulling back and maybe even going after Lumber Mill. Farm's under assault as well. There's 2 stealthers going after the farm and the Horde. They have to realize it. There's only 2 defenders. One more needs to rotate back up to feel safe in this situation. And at the same time, I would actually like to see Bobka, if he could, go after stables. I think at this point, C-Rap has really made a name for himself defending the mine, and Bobka, I think, turning his attention over to the stables would potentially be more of a pressure point for him to go after.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think C-Rap here has been having a phenomenal game on that Hunter. He's playing the Dwarf. He's kiting beautifully. He's making sure that he's winning those 1 versus 1s, and he's not giving up the base in the process as well. So definitely looks like he's getting into Bobka's head here a little bit. Bobka just kind of banging his head against this dwarven wall, the wall of Ironforge, if you will. He's going to move in. He knows C-Rap. That dwarf is probably digging in the tunnel here, as they usually tend to do. Bobka's going to look for the sap, almost gets flared out, and that is going to confirm C-Rap's positioning is going to be in there because you did see the flare get kind of shot from inside the room there. And Bobka wants to slow down Galvs here, try to keep him, at this base at least, so that they won't have. Essentially, he's going to keep 2 people on the base. By doing that, but Galvs, of course, gets warned there, presumably by C-Rap, to go in stealth. So now it's just going to be kind of a stalemate here. Bobka can't really go in. If he tries to go in, C-Rap has Detect Hidden and Scattershot, and Bobka is going to be seen by the flare or by the Detect Hidden before he can get into auto attack range. He's going to get Scatter Trapped, and Bobka can't just go for the flag click either because presumably C-Rap's pet is hiding somewhere outside here in stealth. And I feel like Bobka is literally just here. I think going after stables might be the play here, but I'm not sure. Normally, you would be able to maybe blind the hunter when he goes out for a flare like that, but C-Rap is he's playing dwarf and he's just an unbreakable wall. So.
I think Bobka's buying his time here. His cooldowns just came off, and he's got prep up in 30 seconds. So he might have been just waiting a little bit for his cooldowns to come up. But C-Rap Hunter catches him in the freezing trap. He gets rocket down. He gets rocket down by Bobka, and now Bobka blinds the pet, and he's going to go for the cap here. And Milena, the mage, was watching off of the cliff here, and Milena walks away. C-Rap gets out, and a net comes out from Bobka. Bobka pops the evasion, gets the boots. He's currently in a conk shot, so he's slowed down. He goes for the Cold Blood Abyss, and there's a free action potion from C-Rap, but he's in the net, so it doesn't do anything. It's not going to break you out. You have to free action potion first. And Bobka is trying to whittle down this hunter, but he's got aspect of the monkey, and he is dodging these hemorrhages from Bobka. Bobka goes for the eviscerate. It does not do enough damage. And C-Rap gets the scatter shot into a freezing trap, and he's going to moonwalk away into a monster aim shot, bringing Bobka down.
I feel like these 1v1s have been kind of nice, honestly. C-Rap really doing a great job on that hunter, defending. He's looking kind of unbreakable, but unfortunately for him, he's in this situation where he's doing a great job on defense. He's doing everything he can, but his team is falling behind in the team fights, and they're inevitably, or not inevitably, but it's not looking good so far. The defense from Ready Raider has been looking solid. In this situation, we need to see some sort of really clever plays coming in, some cheeky maneuvers, kind of the bait and switch. We saw VC able to pull that off by sending kind of a pincer attack at Lumbermill, then faking that out and going after Blacksmith, pincering all the reinforcements. I thought that was a really, really clever play, and we'll have to see if Sponsored by Centrix is going to be able to pull off anything like that, because if they're not, I feel like this is just going to be kind of a standard defense coming in from Ready Raider, and they've been looking good in these team fights so far.
Yeah, and speaking of team fights, it looks like we are about to have one here, right here in Blacksmith. We can see some Alliance members are trickling in, and we can see them making their way kind of all around the map here. Some coming in from the wall. Ooh, Skullboro smokes that one. Is one dead gnome right there. We're going to see actually some of these members doing a bait and switch here, looking like they're going to attack Blacksmith, but they're actually dogpiling onto farm here. Let's see what they can do. We got Booze, we got Danny. What can you guys do? Danny here, can he do it? Trickster gets clotheslined here by the by the little thugs on the road, trying to shut down the reinforcement, trying to make sure that none of
bandits.
these the little bandits, trying to make sure that none of the goods make it to their destinations. None of these transport vehicles going to be able to pick up any of these pumpkins on the farm, and all of those farms, they're going to stay right here in the community of the Horde, and we are going to be seeing loot here getting destroyed by an Earthshock. Alcor, he's going to be going to the graveyard, and he's going to be feeling a little bit numb after that.
Yeah, this Horde team definitely only shops locally. They're getting fresh produce straight from the farm. But they do handedly take over farm from that onslaught from the Alliance. And right now the Alliance team is scattered all over. They've got Galvs in the middle of the triangle, Cunning pushing his way up towards Lumbermill. They've got 3 people between Stables and Goldmine. And I just wonder, what does the Alliance want to do here? Are they going to continue to attack Blacksmith, or are they going to go for a Lumbermill play into a slow fall in Blacksmith?
Let's see what they do. I mean, at this point, it really is up to them what their next line of play is going to be, but they are running out of time. still relatively close in terms of resources. There was a part at the beginning of the game where Ready Raider, they kind of fell behind. I think they had 0 nodes for quite some time when the alliance still was like plus 100 around there, and that is kept sponsored by Sundrix in the game. But every moment that goes by is more and more of a lead for Ready Raider. And it looks like they're actually going to be setting up an assault here on the lumber mill, and there's a few alliance players behind enemy lines right now. You can see Vin sneaking through the blacksmith, potentially making it over to the farm, but this big push is getting intercepted. Blast waves coming in, cone of colds coming in. Looks like Shaddix will end up getting dropped, but doing his job, kind of slowing down the alliance push, dismounting them, forcing them to use the free action potions, and that means they're not going to actually have them for the fight. But this ninja attempt here from sponsored by Sundrix could be big. Gal's going for it. They're just actually going to take him down. Let's see what they can do. Cheap shot into kitty shot. They immediately take him down. Need to loot the corpse. And it looks like there will be a hunter defending this one as well. Gals, what are you going to do?
Oh, Gabs goes for the blind here onto Danny, and there's going to be a pet and a freezing trap there by Danny, and Gabs going to go for the flash grenade, and he's got the follow-up there from his teammate, but Gabs is going to get destroyed by Booze right there. Now, Booze taking a little bit of damage, but Vin, okay, so I got to say this. Vin in Swedish means wine. And booze, well, it's obviously booze. So I think I think the real winner here are the consumers of these pumpkins. They're going to be infused with booze. They're going to be infused with wine, anything you need. And now we are going to see another fight going in the favor of Ready Raider here in Lumbermill. Milana is going to be taken down to the graveyard. And I got to say, where's the Bobka cam? I missed the Bobka versus C-Rap. Is that just a rap now, or?
I think Bobka, he's just moseying around Blacksmith and Stealth, waiting for maybe a berserking buff from the Blacksmith building. But he's just holding down the fort at Blacksmith. He isn't really attacking anything. They're comfy with their 3 bases right now. And I think they recognize that if they stretch their army too thin by trying to attack other nodes, that they might get caught out and exposed and lose Blacksmith.
Yeah, Bobka going for a cheap shot, going for a big play here, cutting off some of these reinforcements or some of the attackers onto the blacksmith. And he ends up getting that drop. And Bobka now going in stealth. And I really want to see Bobka try. Looks like he's just going to be, one of the thugs on the road, just defending, cutting off any reinforcements, making sure everybody is fighting on the objective. Otherwise, you're going to be met with Bobka. And if you look, there's actually no defenders right now at stables. Bobka could be looking to position there, but just playing defense, going to be opening up on Vin. And I feel like Bobka, this is good for him as well. If he's not going to be able to take farm, he's not going to be able to take stables, he's not going to be able to take mine. Just playing a defender is a great role for him on the team also. And all they really need to do is hold on to these 3 nodes. There's no real need for him to go and try to make anything happen. However, now that there's no defenders at stables whatsoever, I'd really like to see Bobka kind of realize that and try to make a play.
Yeah, Bobka, he has to realize that just him being in stealth, invisible on the map, puts pressure in of itself, because the enemy team be like, where's the rogue? Well, we got to have somebody defending every single base. We got to make sure that we have somebody kind of close to rotate as well. And when he's showing himself, then everybody knows, okay, well, we can just leave our base undefended. The rogue is chilling at Blacksmith right now. That's one of the advantages that you have when you play those stealth classes. Just by not even being seen, you can actually put a lot of pressure here. And speaking of pressure, we got another duel here, the duel of the alcohol. We got Vin versus Booze here, but he does have Danny Baby there in the wings, so it's not exactly a fair fight here. Vin is going to have to try to crowd control multiple members here if he wants a chance at taking this farm. There's a lot of angry locals determined to keep the farm in their neighborhood, and Vin, he's one of those big corporations just trying to set shop here and kind of corner the market for these pumpkins for Halloween.
Well, to be honest with you, this farm is pretty run down. I don't think the Horde are very good farmers. There's lots of weeds growing in that farm, but Vin is doing what he can to take it and turn it into a winery. He moves in forward. He walks over Booze. He almost gets flared out.
Absolutely unbelievable. Let's see what Vin can actually get done here. I think this is a hopeless task for him. And unfortunately, let's see. Vin's going to be moving forward, trying to take this pumpkin patch, but the Horde are looking good, and they're pulling further and further ahead in this match. And what could you possibly do? Big chain lightnings landing at Blacksmith. The Alliance are going to get wiped out once again, and sponsored by Sundrix is going to be sent back to the graveyard and back to kind of regroup and assess the situation once again. There's not that many options, though. I mean, there's only 3 options. You go after Lumber Mill, you go after Farm, or you go after Blacksmith, and all 3 of those options haven't been great for them so far. I feel like Vin is going to need a little bit more support if he wants to attempt to convert this precious farm.
Yeah, Vin is going to need a little bit of an investment coming here, and he's got a perfect grower right here, ready to grow some grapes with him here on the farm. Let's see if they can do it. Booze right now, very bent on defending this, but Vin drops the blind onto Danny. Danny actually gets out from the blind. Booze now going to be taking a whole bunch of damage, but he gets a fat shield, he gets a heal. I can't believe it. Booze, he is so drunk he can barely stand still, but he is actually going to be alive. Stand up is the word I was looking for there. And now we are going to see C-Rap here leaving the GM completely undefended. He doesn't even care about that stuff anymore. He won against Bobka, and I think that's the real victory here. Even if sponsored by Sundrix don't actually win this game. Ooh, Bobka! Oh, maybe I did a cast a curse here. Bobka, there's a lot of people here. He's buying his time. He's waiting for his moment. Do not get found here, Bobka. This is your chance at redeeming yourself after what C-Rap did to you in the first half of this game. Can he get the click is the question, gentlemen.
He is.
Yeah, he's going to get it for
right
sure.
Click,
there's
no
one here to stop him.
It's looking like there's going to be no contention here. He managed to just pick his moment. Stables has been lost, and now sponsored by Sundrix is so sad.
You know what I just realized? When a rogue is clicking the base like that, do you see how his Thunder Fury was like kind of going up and down like those things in a car that cleans the window when it's raining?
Windshield wipers?
Windshield wipers is what I think you're talking about, right?
That's right. Windshield wipers. That makes sense.
But he's opening up on Gromar. He might actually bring him down here.
Able to grab the flag, but not actually defending the flag very well. Actually, a nade comes in. There's a little bit of defense. Bobcat with a beautiful nade from max range snipes it, but that will be enough time for them to grab this flag back up. But I think with that being done, I think it's pretty much a guarantee at this point that the Alliance is going to need 4 bases if they want to come back in this one. And yeah, good luck to them. I wish them well, but I think it's going to be really difficult. Ready Raider definitely looking unbreakable in this one.
Yeah, they've got their work cut out for them. That play from Bobka really slowed them down. They had to send a lot of players to stables to secure that base. And if Bobka can keep this up and keep poking either Goldmine or stables every time they move out for a push, it's going to be really hard for them to come back in this match.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to see Ready Raider most likely going to be walking away with this one. I mean, it's Sundrix, and they're going to need, oh, there it is. The harmonica of war, the harmonica of defeat or victory. I'm not sure about that one.
I don't think if there's one thing I am sure of, it's not a harmonica. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not a harmonica.
It's not. It's not like a duh. What are they called? Is it called like a halo? No.
A harp?
Yeah, a harp. Well, in Swedish it's harp, but with an A, it's like harpa. You know. So I was like, wait. Yeah, it could be that, no?
Mm-hmm. We'll get to the bottom of it for sure, and we'll know exactly what that instrument is making that noise.
Yeah, we will find it out for you guys. We know it's the burning question on everybody's mind right now. Omnivore trying to get something happening here, but let's be honest. Milana, she's, or he, is just kind of sitting there with Omnivore. They don't even want to kill Omnivore. They just want to CC him. They already know they've lost. If they can take a prisoner with them at least, then that's fine. Oh, Bobka, look, he wants C-Rap one last time. Bobka versus C-Rap. Who's gonna win it? Bobka, look at him. He knows it's not a fair fight. Dookie. Wait, was Bobka respecting the 1v1 there, or like what's up? I'm not sure, but
no.
C-Rap. is going to get taken down there.
Nope.
Almost taken down Dookie, though, in the process. Very impressive. Honestly, Syrup has been playing a great game so far. Like, it's not really on him if his team wins or loses. I mean, his job is go in, win the fight, and hold the base. And he did that the entirety of this game.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a great. I guess it is a little bit of a nice feeling when you're the defender and you defend your base the entire game, and then you still end up losing. I personally have been in situations like that, and you can't help but just blame your team. But it is a team game at the end of it, and it will be the Horde side from Fairlina, Ready Raider. I mean, this is a pretty dominant game. You just take a look at the killing blows, look at the deaths. About as one-sided as it does get. That we have seen, and that does mean with this game being concluded, Ready Raider will be making it into the top 6 as a guarantee. They have earned their spot in the championship bracket and also their spot in that upper final. So we have a bit of a Horde showdown between Ready Raider. They're going to be going up against Hell Yeah Brother, and for the side of Sponsored by Sundrix, they'll be going down to the lower bracket in that round of 4, and we'll have to wait to see who their opponents are. But yeah, definitely a difficult matchup, but I think Sponsored by Sundrix, one of those teams you could definitely see making a deep run in that lower bracket.
Y'all saw who's at the top, right? Mr. Exane himself, 18 killing blows.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise, honestly.
Exane making us proud here on the virtual desk today, of course, with that 18-0 big scoreline. I think his top damage is, I don't know, he's close. He's up there in terms of damage. I think having a shaman like Exane, having an Ellie shaman that really knows how to pump. I mean, look at Scarborough as well. 15-1, 71 honorable kills, 148k damage. I mean, think about it. You're going up against these two Ellie shamans. Like, what do? Like, their chain lightning is doing 80% of your HP, and they're so good at getting them off.
Yeah,
it's also phase 5, so.
What does that mean?
That means those shamans have juicy gear, and they do massive damage.
Yeah, one chain lightning and an earth shock is literally just 100-0 sometimes, so it is difficult to come back, and you got to feel for the healers, especially who are trying to heal through this massive burst damage. But I mean, we could kind of take a look at the bracket and see where today is kind of shaped up. I'll spoil it for y'all. It's going to be Hell Yeah Brother in the upper bracket. They will be playing up against Ready Raider, and that is a matchup we are going to be seeing tomorrow. But for today, we do have one more matchup available, and I do believe it is going to be Pug Stompers versus Lion Share. I'll get confirmation on that one, but we do have one more game in that lower bracket to kind of close out the day.
Let me... actually, I did get some confirmation on that before. The next game is the last game of the day, and we are doing No Bubs versus Farm and Flirty. Is going to be the final game, and we are going to be just chilling here, talking a little bit to you guys while the teams are getting set up here. Final game of the day. How does it feel, guys? What do you guys think? Farm and Flirty or No Bubs? No buffs to the team with the Wrath and all the Night Elves, and Farm and Flirty, the very first team we saw today.
I think it's a bitter. Sorry, I was just gonna say that I think it's a little bit bittersweet because I feel like both these teams kind of had the capabilities to, making it round 3, making it round 4, and maybe going all the way. A lot of familiar names, especially from the Warsong Golf tournament. So this is, I think it's gonna be heartbreaking to lose one of these teams so early on.
Well, I also think they kind of, both teams probably should be in the losers bracket. With how their games played, I think they had a few errors in their approach, and not having Fear Ward is a huge problem. And I actually don't know what this team No Bubs could do to overcome not having Fear Ward. You have no way to get out of fears. You don't have Tremor, you don't have Fear Ward. Yeah,
that's why they brought in the ret.
The ret paladin can bubble and then cleanse. That's true.
In between auto attacks, you can cleanse off here. So.
2-3 cleanses off between each swing. but no,
you can't dispel Psychic Scream or Flash Bomb, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, right? You could have the LA Shaman, AoE poison spell, AoE tremor. top damage, or you could just have a ret and just, bubble dispel every now and then. So yeah, see how that works out for them. But they are a fun team to watch, though. I do gotta say, No Buffs and Farm and Flirty have both been a joy to watch. Obviously, we have seen some of these players before in tournaments, which of course Rockman pointed out. We actually did face some of these players in tournaments as well. So DB Magic, Laser Lotus, McNasty, Nantid, Ryujin, all these guys, like basically half the team of No Buffs are definitely experienced gamers here. And I would say the same for Farm and Flirty. Most of those guys competed in community tournaments and also in the World of Warcraft Summer Bowl, which was that Warzone Gulch tournament we did not too long ago as well. So definitely a lot of experience on both of these rosters. It's going to be a little bit bittersweet to see which team does end up going home, but it's going to be a good final match of the day, gentlemen.
Oh, there's no
Farm
question
and
about
Flirty,
it.
They have a horde. They have the horde base. This could be a huge advantage for them.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. I just want to say, as we do see these teams kind of get into position and charge, I'm going to do something I haven't done today, and I'm going to ask predictions from you, Rockman. Who do you think is going to be winning this one? You have
Farm
to
and
make a
Flirty.
call. Oh, just no hesitation whatsoever. You didn't even think about that one. All right, you're really against the no stone for, or sorry, the no fear ward. You're not believing in the Night Elf priests, and it's a bit disappointing, I have to say, because originally you were all hyped up from the Star Shards.
Yo, Star Shards is exciting, but it's not going to win you a whole Arathi Basin match. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think that's why we don't see too many Night Elf priests. But E2 right now in a bit of a 2v1 situation, getting a little bit low. DB Magic charging forward, looking for a big swing with that hand of Rag. And E2 just sitting in stealth, just going to be delaying, kind of realizing, you know what, I'm not going to be winning this fight, but I can at least try to delay as long as possible, potentially looking for saps, and E2 getting really close. He gets cheap shot and will get dropped. There's nothing he can do here. And now the Alliance will pick up the second portion of the Bermuda Triangle stables, as well as mine. Now they really have to focus on that central fight. If they can get the Blacksmith, it's going to be massive for the Alliance side.
Yeah, and it's looking like it's still a very close fight here happening at LM, but it's looking like it's going in favor of the Horde, and they mess up. They let barcode name steal the base here, and we're gonna see the Mage of Nantid here might be forced into the Ice Cube here. He's taking a lot of damage. Maybe he doesn't even have it at this point. Sheep comes out onto MC Nasty, and Ryujin coming out with the Dispel. MC Nasty and Ryujin now powering through with the heals here. Nantid is gonna survive, but the other member there of the Alliance side is going to be taken down. Barcode name still chilling in a sheep here, thinking about the choices he's made in life that led up to this moment here. And he has plenty of time to do that because sheep in Classic is about a minute. And Volumes making some moves here, turning up, but not going to be able to get that click right there. Base still going to belong to the Horde side, and they are going to successfully be able to take this lumber mill. No, MC Nasty coming in with the, not the MC cap, the rocket helmet actually right there, and it is going to be a bit of a waste here. You can see the Horde team is in full control here in Lumber Mill, and now the Horde team has farm, they have Lumber Mill, and I do believe they have Blacksmith contested. So the Horde team, they have the Golden Triangle, Rockman.
Yeah, they took that Blacksmith pretty handedly. There was a couple last-minute stragglers trying to spin it and try to stop the cap. But as soon as the Horde team, Farm and Flirty, they got that cap, they peeled off, they defended Lumber Mill just fine, and now they're going to hold these three bases, and I don't think they're going to push anywhere. And here comes a push from the Alliance team, no buffs. They're moving into Lumber Mill right now with 5, and then the other 5 are peeling off, going towards Blacksmith. I like this play.
Yeah, it's a good play, trying to really keep the Horde side guessing, keep Farm and Flirty kind of guessing where they're going to be going, but unfortunately already losing a team member. Let's see how they can make this happen. And going from this water side, you're just so susceptible to being caught in these traps, but they are going to be using the free action potions to free them from any sort of snares and roots and allow them to kind of make this charge. Getting dispelled, though, definitely not the best position to be in, and it looks like I would say at Blacksmith, it's not going the Alliance way. At Lumber Mill, it's not going the Alliance way. And this attack is not looking so good. Farm and Flirty looks like they should be able to hold on here. But still quite an effort here coming in from No Buvs at the Blacksmith. Let's see if they can actually get a pick. If they can get a pick, they'll be able to put themselves back in this game.
We're gonna see that. Maybe they're going for the click here on Blacksmith. They might be able to get it, but there's still a lot of Horde members here. It would have to be a big mistake there to just not see that somebody is trying to take the base. Nantid with big fat frostbolts, Arcane Explosion coming out. One more Arcane Explosion. Ooh, that's got to be a lay on hands or something. I don't know what that was, but that was a fat heal right there. Scream is gonna Seam, sorry, not Scream. He's gonna be spamming out the Holy Novas, and Nantid again on 1% is gonna survive. Catches a big Holy Light right there in the back line. He's gonna get topped off, and this fight is gonna continue. But for as long as this fight continues, Farm and Flirty shall farm points. And right now, they have the golden triangle. It looks like they're setting up a pincer, though, on no buffs. Can they get the pincer here on Lumbermill and then maybe do a little fake out here and commit onto Blacksmith? I'm not sure. They got 3-4 members right now rezzing
DB
extremely
Magic?
far away at stables. So,
He's going to get the cap.
Ooh, DB Magic!
He gets it! The Red Paladin! DB Magic in the back, capping the entire time, and the Horde team at Lumbermill did not see him. This little dwarf Ret Paladin with a massive hand of rag just standing by the flag, capping it. He gets the cap, and he's trying to fight right now. He's got support with him, and the Alliance are going to take Lumbermill in a actually insane cap from DB Magic.
That is definitely an unfortunate set of circumstances here for Farm and Flirty, and they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to get back Lumbermill as fast as possible. But the thing is, if they can manage to clear out the Alliance, it still is not an Alliance side base, so that means there's going to be no reses from the Alliance. This is a perfect opportunity for them to get this base back. You can see the Horde already have players in a position between Lumbermill and stables to deny any sort of reinforcements. I really like this play coming in from them. If they can slow everybody down and then they can just win this team fight, it's just looking like they're going to be able to do. We'll see. Ryujin trying to keep his team alive right now. Lumbermill has been converted. Mao's going to be going for a potential capture here, but still, Farm and Flirty, they're not out of it yet. But look at all the Alliance. Are they going to be able to get it? Unfortunately, no. He actually messed up. I think he started capping it and it got converted, and then he ended up wasting time continuing trying to cap it. Now trying to get it right now, might be able to get it. DB Magic gets a Repentance, but he actually gets it. I can't believe it. It was so close at the exact same time as the Repentance. What a crazy turn of events.
That was crazy, but it looks like the Alliance team are going to wipe the Horde here. They need to slow the spins. They need to make sure that they are AoEing. Zero coming in here on the Mage, dropping the Blast Wave, dropping the Cone of Codes, dropping the AoEs here. Does he have an Ice Cube is the question. He's going to need to just blink in on top of the flag and use it if he does. Otherwise, he is going to fall down there. No Ice Block, unfortunately for him. And you can see here the MC cap onto Jeeve, Sheep onto Mage. 5 people trying to cap here. Hank, the only one that seems to know that he should actually leave that situation and try to peel off more people coming in, does that. And the Alliance with Miraculous CC are going to defend the Lumbermill here once again. But this means that the gold mine is completely exposed. And I do see somebody's moving over there, but there could be reinforcements coming to gold mine from stables here. Abdog has been completely discovered here. And there is 3 people down there in that gold mine. So Abdog, he is going to be a good dog here and just walk back to his pack.
And we've got somewhat of a scuffle continuing. The Horde committing resources into the Lumbermill, and Lee's in the back casting. There was a glimpse of madness proc on Ill. I'm not sure who had the Dark Edge of Insanity. A massive sapper from Siroc and a Blast Wave into a Cone of Cold, into a Bop, into an improved counterspell on Kalen. Kalen's going to go down here. Psychic Scream and Hodge out on GG. XOXO, another Blast Wave from Blanks. He's got the Berserking buff, and these mages are ZF farming this Lumbermill down, and the Horde might take this back.
Yeah, they might be able to. This is very back and forth. DB Magic still holding it down on that Retribution Bout. A big Sapper charge is coming in. It's looking like a triple kill. Now they need to shut off the reinforcements. They need to get to the graveyard as soon as possible. Can they buy time for their team? Let's see if they can do it. They're so close to getting it. They just need a few more seconds. Here he comes, and they shut it down. Sappers, nades coming in from the Alliance, but still getting dropped. This is dangerous situation to be in. We need to see more Alliance reinforcements coming in. It looks like they are going to be there. Mind control's coming in. They're getting thrown off the edge. Oh no, they're losing troops. And it looks like they are once again losing this fight, but the reinforcements just keep trickling in, and the Horde are really struggling to get this base under control.
Yeah, I really feel like they needed to send some people down. There's two ways that team. Well, there's three ways, but one of them is stables. Like, let's face it, no one is going to come from stables. Just make sure you're cutting off the graveyard. Make sure you're cutting off the reinforcements that could come from the other side, and that's it. That's all you got to do. This time around, they send everyone to the graveyard, but not enough people on the other side. A warrior slips in, gets the sapper off, and stops every single person that was there capping. Which in my opinion was too many. Look here, there's a lot of people being slowed down at the graveyard. This is exactly what they need to do, but at this point, the Horde push is going to fail. They got too little members alive, too many people dead, rezzing elsewhere, and that is going to be a base successfully defended here for no buffs, but this is a super close back and forth series here. You can see by the points right now, no buffs has the lead, but only by 60 or so reinforcements. And you're gonna see here a potential 2v1 situation by Mage, but Mage, he is not going to be able to do too much there against that Shadow Priest Rogue. Gonna get sent back to the graveyard there, and once again, it looks like no buffs are actually in control now.
So after cleaning up the lumber mill, the Alliance team, they're going to spread their forces out, and it looks like there's a small squad, a little duo heading over towards the farm where they've got E2 waiting in stealth, the Rogue, and there's a little bit of a rotation from Blacksmith to try and shut down this Paladin Warrior combo. And the Paladin, he's going to peel off back, try to slow down any attackers into a polymorph from Blanks, cheap shot into a kidney shot on the Warrior. And I think E2 is going to clean this up pretty handedly.
Yeah, nicely done by E2. Great defense coming in. But at the same time, this is a really difficult position. I mean, this is something we have seen teams win off in the past, going after the outside bases. You have mine, you have lumbermill, and then either stables or farm. And those three, that is not an ideal triangle formation. Is really difficult to actually rotate through. So the Horde, certainly not out of this one yet, just slightly behind on points at this point in the game. And with the fact that they still have the central node, the Blacksmith, they're going to be able to basically send their reinforcements, if they spawn at Blacksmiths, really quickly to either Lumbermill or Mine, or potentially even go after Stables if they want to. But yeah, right now they have a bit of an assault going down at the Mine. There's a bit of a battle, and it does look like it's going in favor of the Horde. But once again, just the constant reinforcements coming in from the Alliance at Defender's advantage makes it an absolute nightmare. But at the same time, we have a bit of a ninja attempt here at Lumbermill. We have a solo member from the Horde going over to the solo defender at Lumbermill, and if he's got anything going, he might actually be able to get it. He gets a scatter.
Freezing trap.
Let's see. And in crowd control right now. Let's see if he's going to be able to actually get it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he is going to be able to. Reinforcements coming in from the Alliance side. Steve doing the best he can, but it is not enough. The Alliance will be able to hold on to the precious lumbermill.
Yeah, and it looks like they are going to be able to hold on to the precious gold mine here as well. Looks like it is going to be a Horde wipe down there. Selena Genomez trying to pump out the heals here, trying to keep the team in the fight. Actually, is doing a great job here. Miles actually keeping a lot of pressure here on the Alliance side, but finally Selena Gomez is gonna get silenced, gonna get interrupted on those heals, and that means that Miles, well, he's not gonna have too many miles left in the tank. He's gonna be going to the graveyard, and Selena Gomez trying to make his way over there, but he is getting harassed on his way out. Ooh, that was a big shadow ball. It was like 80% of his HP, and now Blanks being put as a hostage here on the lumber mill. So you can see no buffs in complete and utter control. Things are not looking good for Rockman's prediction.
Not at all, but Siroc trying to get a little stables play. Emmett joins him. He gets sapped by volumes, demoralizing shout, knocking the rogue out, but here comes the Thunder Fury Alliance backup. Pounce out on Siroc into a charge, blind on Emmett, and Siroc gets deleted there.
Yeah, DB Magic. Is DB Magic going to be able to do it? No, the ice block on the mind control on DB Magic. This Retribution Paladin pulling out all kinds of tricks. Normally gets a rogue who's ninjaing all these flags, but today it is the mighty Retribution Paladin of DB Magic. I think the only Retribution Paladin we've seen across the board in Europe, in North America, in these tournaments. And still, it looks like the Horde, they're going to be going down to the mine, trying to make something happen there. But at the same time, a bit of a skirmish, a 2v2 actually going down at the Blacksmith. And if the Horde were to lose the Blacksmith, this would be an absolute nightmare, a disaster. looks like they will be able to hold on, but the Alliance slowly and but surely securing their lead in this match. And I mean, at this point, if the Horde can't try to make something happen, we have a 1v1 actually at the stables. Let's see if they can pick up the stables. It would be big. It looks like the Horde attacker has been sent back to the graveyard, potentially. Still trying to see what's going on with that 1v1. It looks like stables is going to be safe for now. And still the Lumber Mill going. Ryujin actually pressuring the farm. And although the Alliance have they have the 3 outside bases, they're still continuously making attacks, which I think is really, really nice. They're willing to put the pressure on the farm. They're willing to put the pressure on the blacksmith. And if they can pick up one of those nodes, this game's going to be looking really heavily in their favor.
Yeah, and it's exactly what you love to see. I don't know about having the priest going for the offense push. I feel like having as many healers as possible defending is probably the move, but still, it is netting them a lot of pressure here. They're keeping multiple Horde members here, and they're actually winning the fight too. I mean, there's 3 people defending the farm here against just the priest and that warrior, and I think that's a net win for the Alliance squad, of course. I'm going to see still this never-ending fight here in Goldmine still appears to be going in the Alliance team's favor here due to that graveyard. The Horde kills them off, but they keep trickling down here. But finally, they do kill everybody, and now they have a Hunter running to the graveyard here to get a blind on the last player. Can they CC everything? It's your boy coming in with the Ice Cube into the Fear. Freezing Trap gets secured, but they have one more guy. Lee, can he get it? Lee actually gets it. That Fear on the Ice Block cancel was perfect. What a nice play. And that's going to put Farm and Flirty back in the game. They're going to have, well, the Bermuda Triangle, not the Golden Triangle, but it's still pretty good here for the Horde team if they can hold on to it. And they're going to need to do a good job here still. I got to say, not overcommitting here to the farm has been huge for these guys. And you can see E2 and Super Hot Fire, who's actually a Frost Mage, actually looks like they're going to win this 2v2 against the Priest and the Warrior. Look at E2 drinking in the backline. Super Hot Fire, just a Warrior versus a Mage. It's basically a Lion versus a Gazelle. Mage is the Lion in this case. And he's just going to be turning that Gazelle into a sheep and just drink, do whatever he wants with him, you know. I'm sure there's a lot of warriors who can relate to Roos right now as he is about to get destroyed here by E2. He gets sapped on his charge, and that means he can't activate his Berserker Rage, and now here comes the Frostball, the Cheap Shot, and the one tap. No?
Nope, it's the sap, the sheep, the drink, the eat, the total reset, and the desperation sitting in for the Warriors. He goes into the cheap shot, the kidney shot, the big frostbolt's coming in. Any of these crit will get dropped. Big shatter combo, and that is that. Warriors sent back to the graveyard, and the Alliance back to the drawing board. Blacksmith battle going on. It looks like the Alliance no buffs. They want to try to take the Blacksmith, but that is not an easy task. And I think Farm and Flirty, hopefully they learn from their mistake of just letting someone click on the flag and just cap it right in front of their face. And if they don't let that happen again, they're still in a really, really good spot to win this game. And you have to give it up to No Bubs, though. They managed to hold on to the Lumber Mill, the mine, stables for quite some time. Not a really great position to have to defend. And in terms of resources, we're still really close in this game. So this is an elimination match, ladies and gentlemen. The loser of this will be eliminated from the tournament, not making it into that top 6. The winner, their tournament dreams do go on. We'll be seeing more from them tomorrow. But really, really close game, and the stakes couldn't be higher.
Yeah, and I don't know who's going to take it at this point. I think the Lumber Mill was really a big turning point here for the Alliance side when they were able to do that big push there. And even when the Horde team actually tried to CC all the reinforcements and just keep the fight fair there, Alliance team was actually able to hold on long enough to get the graveyard back and then eventually win. So very nice stuff there from both teams, and both of these teams are so evenly matched here in this fight. You can really tell it's going to go down to the wire here, Rockman.
Team No Bubs is really putting a lot of pressure on this gold mine. They want to get this flag back and swing the resource advantage over back to them to be able to close this game out, because right now if Farm and Flirty can hold these 3 bases, they will take the win. They do not have to go for a 4th base like Vampire Clan had to do earlier today. But if Farm and Flirty can hold this gold mine from this Alliance onslaught, I think they can hold on to this lead. Albdog is in the mine, getting a little drink off, Dark Edge of Insanity procs on Miles, the warrior, over by the flag, into another one. Back-to-back procs. Okay, MC Nasty goes for the flag, but now is not the time to try to cap the flag. There's people shooting arrows into your back. You have to win this fight before you go for the flag.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that will result in them getting dropped, and we'll see. We have a bit of an assault going down to the farm, so the Alliance are causing a nice kind of ruckus and distraction here at the mine, but the farm is the real treasure. Halloween is getting close, and that pumpkin patch is up for grabs. Let's see what Lily is going to be able to do on that Druid. Can they get the crowd control up? There's still 2 defenders here on the Horde side. Not too many people actually available to rotate, interestingly enough. There's not many in position to actually float towards farm. So if these 2 Alliance can do it, Laser Lotus, Lily, let's see, when are they going to pounce? It's actually the stables. E2 manages to pick up the stables, and that is a nightmare. Let's see how long E2 can hold on. There's 2 of them. Emmett and E2, the warrior. Oh my goodness gracious. E2 just took a massive eviscerate, almost got dropped. Sapper charges do come in, and it looks like this Horde attack will get cleaned up, and the Alliance should be able to pick up the flag once again and defend that, and that is definitely the position they want to be in. If that had gotten converted and they hadn't been able to defend that base, I feel like it would have almost been game over for them. So definitely great job by them, keeping themselves in the fight. Farm still have 100 resource leads, so they do have some time, and Farm under attack right now. And they actually managed to assault it. A great push there by Lily, as well as later Laser Lotus, and now the Alliance are looking good.
This is insane. Ninja caps on both sides coming in, but it is looking like the one on the Alliance side might actually not result in anything. DB Magic stuck in that fear. I bet he wishes he had a fear ward right now. Seam, why aren't you clicking the flag right now, brother? Lily in a flash bomb, full trap. Seam, you could have clicked 5 seconds ago, but I'll let it slide. This trap is not going to break. You're going to defend the base, and you're going to be all good here, buddy. And that's very nice for the Horde team here. Farm and Flirty holding on to the farm, which is half of their identity. And we're going to see Lily now finally going back to the dirt here. A couple of more arrows should do it. One more swing from the pet, maybe. He actually catches a fat heal there, and Lily had a little bit more life in him. After all, it's your boy now coming in, and you can see the Alliance are really committing to this farm, and there's going to be a big, massive bloodbath here. But they're also sending 4 people outside Lumber Mill. There's a 4 versus 1 there. Actually, no, there's a Horde player trying to sneak in and steal the Lumber Mill. So he's actually saving the farm right now by applying pressure there. So suspecting that person might be E2 over there waiting in the wings. So if they can hold on to that, they have the reinforcement of BS, they have farm under control. It's looking pretty good for the Horde side, and E2 can just hold this position, wait for the Alliance to get a little bit more desperate from those point sticking, and then go for the 1v1 here on LM, similarly to what he just did at Stables, and then potentially grab the win there.
Yeah, and that's exactly what E2 wants to do. Right now, it's just him versus Laser Lotus, Rogue v Rogue. I don't think E2 is really pressuring up a whole lot, but it looks like we're following Emmett right now, who's doing a little Warrior v Warrior at the fork here between the Golden Triangle, and Sirak is going to go ahead and dismount for a polymorph, but he gets counterspelled by Nantid. Nantid goes for a polymorph of his own. It lands. He trades it for the nade, and Nantid is doing work in this fork here. Nantid brings down the warrior, and he's going to turn around, and they're going to try to make a play on farm. There's plenty of Alliance here. It's literally 6v3. If they can bring down Super Hot Fire, they might have an opportunity here. Heal McHealer is going for a cap instead of healing, and maybe he should work on healing, going after his name at least. Psychic Scream from Seam. Seam has his rocket boots to get away from a Psychic Scream from the other side, but he gets netted on top of it. It backfires on Lily. Lily shifts out of it. Pharaoh charges Jeeve, who has a berserking buff, and Jeeve dismounts, and he's doing mad damage over to McNasty, who's stuck in a Hodge.
Let's see if we can actually take him down. McNasty right now. Caught into a Hammer of Justice. Unfortunately, not going to be able to grab the flag. Still a 4v4 situation here. 5 versus 5. Actually, more rolling in from the Horde. Defending E2. Let's see what he can get done. He gets the blind. He gets a sap. Can he actually pick up the flag? It would be massive. The Horde right now, they're still a little bit behind. If they can pick up this flag, it looks like they will be able to do it. E2 gets the better end of that exchange. Potentially, it's so close. He gets it.
The crippling.
Oh, no. The slow waddle from Laser Lotus, but the full kidney shot from E2. It looks like E2 should fall here. Do they have the damage? The Vanish does come out. A big Eviscerate, but a counter Vanish into a full blind. And it looks like E2 will be able to hold on. The Rejuvenation's actually available. If E2 can get that reset, that's going to be big. Later, Laser Lotus, then Hot Pursuit right now. And it looks like the flag will get converted and defended, putting the Alliance back in the game. But look at how close this game is. Cutting off those resources for just even a few seconds is going to be big for the Horde side.
Yeah, we are completely tied up in resources right now. Farm and Flirty, one base ahead, and you can bet yourself we are getting to that sweet moment where all of a sudden, if you have a 50-point lead, you're just going to have enough to win the game with 2 bases here. So being in this situation is fantastic for Farm and Flirty. You see they're slowly but surely gathering a little bit of a lead. The harmonica, the harp, the trumpet, whatever it is, just rang here for both sides here. And now we are going to see Lily and DB Magic going for the 2v2. DB Magic, though, looking a little unhealthy there. I'm not sure if he jumped down perhaps from the road and broke his legs on the way down or what happened right there. But Albdog right now looks like he has a new owner here named My Winks, and he is going to get sappered. Emmy Winks actually going to be forced into the ice block, and that mind control cap should end very, very shortly here on Albdog. And now Albdog potentially could go out and cause some havoc here. Lily's very, very low. Albdog just going to ignore Lily for now. I do think Lily was taken down regardless of that. And now we're going to see the rest of the members here for Farm and Flirty clean up in the gold mine.
Yeah, Goldmine is very clean in the favor of Horde. Farm and Flirty showing us how it's done in the gold mine. Getting those MC caps out, getting the freezing traps out, shutting down the Alliance team No Bubs from doing anything worthwhile at gold mine other than dying. Meanwhile, Mr. Volumes has been in stealth at stables for what I feel like is 25 minutes. Volumes hasn't really been pressuring any base. And I don't know if rogues are the best defenders. I feel like they should be attacking and assaulting and trying to ninja cap.
I think there's a really good argument to be made for that, especially when you find yourself in a situation where you are behind. Having that sneak attack presence is going to be really, really important. And unfortunately, Volume's not going to be able to help out in that way, being a defender. And as a result, right now, Farm and Flirty, they're looking good. They're just 20 resources away, and they're looking like they will close this out. The only way this game doesn't go that way is a 4 cap at this point. And it looks like your prediction was right. It is going to be Farm and Flirty taking the win. On the Horde side of things, and for No Buzz, unfortunately, they have met their end. They will be eliminated from the tournament, but big shout out to them. It was super fun getting to watch them play.
What an amazing game here. This is the closest game we've seen all day, and it's the first elimination series, of course. So, shout out to No Buffs and the players on that roster coming in, competing, doing a great job here. Honestly, this game could have easily gone in their favor as well. So, it just looked like Farm and Flirty were a little bit better on the day, and congrats to them. They're going to keep on trucking in that lower bracket. Farm and Flirty looking to claw their way for that top 6 finish potentially tomorrow.
So I want to ask you guys, hypothetical, if all the priests on No Bubs were dwarf, do you think they could have won that?
I don't know.
Potentially.
I mean, it's definitely possible.
I think it would have played a really big part in that match.
There was that one time where DB Magic was just feared and they were able to retake the farm. Maybe that wouldn't have happened. I don't know. It's hard to narrow it down to just one thing, but definitely don't think it would have hurt them to have some fear words.
I think it would have helped quite a bit.
Yeah,
probably would have been better than Star Shorts, but that's one of the things. I mean, we actually haven't really talked about it too much in the show, but just a reminder for everyone watching: this isn't a tournament realm. All these characters are playing, they're live characters in the true spirit of Classic. So all the gear that they've acquired while Classic has been out, all the gold that they've been able to farm, and they can put that gold into consumables, the races that they choose when they make their character, all of this stuff comes into effect, and you're kind of stuck with the choices that you do end up making. And for this one, Farm and Flirty, they are going to be able to pull out ahead. But yeah, it's actually been a really awesome day of games. We've seen kind of, I did dress for the occasion a little bit today. I got my Horde hoodie on, I got my WoW shirt, and in the upper bracket, it was a story of the Horde, Rockman.
Yeah, the Horde advantage is pretty significant. You get to the blacksmith about a second and a half sooner than the Alliance can, And if you actually play Horde, you got shamans in in phase 5 AQ gear, and they're ready to pump. And we saw some big pumpers today from those shamans.
Yep, Exane, Scarborough, all those shamans, definitely putting in the. Ben, can I see your hoodie a little bit? I don't have that one.
It's a nice one.
I think that one's from Jinx.
Oh yeah, it might be. Mine is the Blizzard employee one. No, I'm not a Blizzard employee, but I got one anyway.
Mine's Heroes of the Storm. You can't see it, but it's
no, yours is an alliance. Yours is an alliance. You're representing the alliance. We can't be too biased on the desk. Yeah, we need some balance here.
Baby.
Okay?
Zug.
Wait, is that actually not alliance? I thought it was because you're sitting with the blue and the red.
We're gonna pretend that it is.
You have to capture this
some
flag.
balance.
You have to capture the alliance flag in Warsong Gulch. So I have it hanging up, but it goes to the Horde base.
All right.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's take a look at this bracket. Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket and see how things did play out. You can kind of see VC. I think the most surprising thing for me is VC actually got bested by Hell Yeah Brother, and they're going to be sent down to the lower bracket, and that kind of shapes up for a Ready Raider versus Hell Yeah Brother upper bracket finals. Both of those teams are the only two teams, I believe, that are guaranteed to make it into the top 6 at this point. And then, of course, in the lower side of things, we do have basically... it's the bracket of death. I mean, there's all these teams that are still in there in the lower bracket. If they lose the game, they are going to be eliminated. But at the same time, for a lot of these teams, it's just going to be 1 victory, potentially 2 victory to securing their spot in that top 6. And I mean, we have teams like Farm and Flirty, Iron Horse Brotherhood, VC, Hello, and yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how they end up doing. But yeah, it should be a really, really exciting day tomorrow. I have to ask you once again for predictions. Zico, Rockman, we'll start with you, Zico. Out of the lower bracket, which 2 teams do you expect to make it to the lower semis?
I'm going to go and say VC.
And?
Oh, and me, I think Hello and VC will end up playing each other at the end of the lower bracket
Hello?
to see who. Yeah.
Why are you confident in Hello?
Unfortunately, they didn't get to play today, but I'm rooting for them.
All right.
Any particular reason why?
Ben,
they're gamers, and
Okay.
I root for gamers.
I think there's nothing wrong with that logic.
Makes sense.
It checks out. Ben, we got to talk a little bit about these names. The way you say hello is it's like you're phrasing a question, but there's an exclamation mark, so it's got to be hello. Oh wait, no, that sounds like a question.
That sounded more like
hello,
a question.
Hello, kind of thing.
Yeah, howdy. Wait, you do it, Rockman.
No, it's not
Howdy.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's not howdy. It's hello. How are you going to call me out for the exclamation point versus question mark, and you literally changed the name? Like, what is this?
I was just going back to the other team. You know, hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah,
Yep.
brother.
There it is.
All right. Well, I know we're having a lot of fun here, but we got to close it out for the day. This, once again, ladies and gentlemen, is the North American qualifiers for the Classic Fall Conquest. Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. PST, 7 p.m. CEST. If you'd like to see this conclude, see which top teams are going to be making it from North America into that championship bracket. It was an absolute pleasure hanging out with Rockman and Zico. On behalf of all of us, thank you very much for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you tomorrow.